Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3 4 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Mic check. Mic check. Okay.
Real Presence Radio is available on Google Assistant devices, including Google Home, phones, tablets, and
Okay. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3 4 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Hello, folks. We're in the sophomore game right now. If you're watching the video stream, sophomore boys. Be going on the air for a pregame show in like 5 minutes, and then the girls' varsity around 6 will tip off, followed by the boys around 7:30.
You're listening to a special presentation from the Real Presence Radio Network. On Real Presence Radio, welcome to the Knights Game Day Show, sponsored by Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal.
And welcome to Sioux Falls O'Gorman High School in Sioux Falls, South Dakota for a AA girls and boys basketball doubleheader as the Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights host the Mitchell Colonels tonight. Hi, I'm Brett Byler with Real Presence Radio, and I'll be joined by Isaac Struck in a little bit for the call of the game. And I want to give a quick mention for people wanting to listen and watch tonight. You can go to 94.5 FM Sioux Falls, 91.3 FM Hartford, online at yourcatholicradiostation.com, and also on our free mobile app, and then on YouTube, Real Presence Radio Sioux Falls. We're also on up in Mitchell on Pure Oldies 103.5 FM as well. So the girls game will start off the night probably about a half hour. It is senior night, so we're getting, if you're watching the stream right now, the sophomore boys game is still going on right now, and then the boys game will follow immediately after the girls game. The O'Gorman Lady Knights enter tonight's game with a 16-2 record. We're number 2 in C points, with only a road game remaining tomorrow afternoon at Huron, which actually is a makeup game from their game Tuesday night that got postponed due to the cold weather up in Huron, where our opponents tonight, the Mitchell Colonels, are 9-10 on the season. They're 10th in C points, and tonight's game will be their final game of the regular season. So we're getting close to playout time. A week from tonight, both these teams will be in the Sodak 16 trying to punch their tickets to the state basketball tournament, which will be March 10th through the 12th up at the Ice Arena in Rapid City this year for AA girls. One thing also to mention tonight, it's kind of a fun thing, it's senior night for both the O'Gorman girls and boys basketball teams. So O'Gorman girls, they'll have 2 seniors being recognized, and the boys will have 7, which will happen right before tip-off of both of those games. And my broadcast partner, Isaac Struck, when he kind of comes into this broadcast, I can kind of ask him a little bit more. He was a former player at O'Gorman a few years back, and talking about to him what senior night meant to him when he was a player, and kind of what it's going to mean to these kids, you know, their parents, their families tonight. It's always kind of a fun thing on senior night. It's the last home regular season game for these kids. O'Gorman girls are fortunate to get to play host their home game in the Sodak 16, so that's something as well for the Knights. One thing I'm interested to see is it's a 9-day layoff for O'Gorman. They last played, which feels like a long time ago, was back on February 15th against Harrisburg. Won that game very easily, 64-31. Mitchell in that same stretch has now played 3 games. How it will affect O'Gorman starting the ball game off will be interesting to see. I mean, if Mitchell is able to not turn the ball over and give us easy baskets, it'll be interesting for me to see how our shooting will be, you know, in that first quarter, especially those long shots. You know, are we gonna be hitting our outside jumpers tonight? I think that's something to kind of monitor. And then also is, you know, fatigue at all going to be something when you're consistently playing games, and also you have a 9-game break. It's hard to simulate and practice game speed as well. So that'll be something to watch for O'Gorman. Gaining momentum going to the Sodak 16, I think that's a real thing. I think both of these two teams, it's always good to go into that playoff game. You're going to have a week basically off to see feeling good about yourself in practice, playing, you know, getting your sets taken care of, so you kind of have that positive attitude going into the Sodak 16. O'Gorman should have a pretty easy game being the 2 seed. I don't feel like O'Gorman's going to fluctuate much from the 2 seed. I think they have that pretty much locked in no matter what happens. Mitchell, on the other hand, they can possibly fall to 11. I don't think they can fall any farther than that. They're currently at 10. So more than likely the Colonels will start on the road against either the 7th seed, if they're the 10th seed, or if they're 11th seed, it'll be against the 6th seed. For Mitchell, one thing that's unfortunate, I really would enjoy seeing her play tonight, is Sawyer Stabner. She's the terrific sophomore player for Mitchell. She is out with a back injury. She hurt that back against Jefferson a couple of weeks ago. She's missed the last 4 games. She's now out for the season with that, so hopefully she'll have a full recovery for next year. She was leading Mitchell basically in every single category in points, rebounds, assists, steals, so she is kind of being the LeBron James, so to speak, fill up the stat sheet. Everything ran through her, so that's kind of been the tough adjustment for Mitchell girls not having her out there. They've only averaged 23.5 points per game in those last 4 games. Those games were all against the top-ranked teams in state as well. So the schedule hasn't done the Colonels any favor right now as well. They lost to Washington, Rapid City, Stevens, Rapid City Central, and Brandon Valley in that stretch. So the Knights and the Colonels, they last met in the first round of the state basketball tournament last March 11th at the Sanford Pentagon. The Knights were the 4 seed. Mitchell was the 5 seed. O'Gorman won that one pretty easily, 69-42. Mitchell only shot 30% in that game, 12 for 39 from the field. O'Gorman shot 54%, was on fire from 3, making 7 out of 15. Forced 19 Mitchell turnovers. Actually, and then Molly Abdush had 18 points. Izzy Moore had 15. O'Gorman also beat Mitchell at O'Gorman a couple weeks before that game last season on February 20th by the score of 63-35. Sophomore game is just finishing up. Mitchell's sophomores 55, O'Gorman sophomores 42. So this is the 50th meeting between these two teams. Mitchell leads the current series 28-21. O'Gorman, though, has won 8 of the last 9 meetings, with that only loss being the first round of the 2019 state tournament up in Rapid City. And that was a 1-8, so that was a big upset in that one. Now it's time for our scoreboard update. Other games going on today. We saw the sophomore boys game just end. Mitchell won that one. The Mitchell JV boys also won their game by about 10 points. In AA girls tonight, Huron is at Brandon Valley at 6:30 in Rapid City Mountain Time. It's Lincoln at Rapid City Central. Also number 1, Washington at Rapid City Stevens. That's 1-3. 6:30 Mountain Time, Yankton's at Spearfish. Harrisburg is at Brookings. That's a 7 o'clock tip-off. And Sioux Falls Jefferson is at Aberdeen Central. That's another 7 o'clock tip-off. And girls AA and then boys AA at 7. Brookings is at Harrisburg. Aberdeen Central is at Sioux Falls Jefferson at 7. That should be a pretty good matchup. Aberdeen Central ranked number 3. Huron is at Brandon Valley tonight at 7:30 tip-off. And then at 8 o'clock Mountain Time, Sioux Falls Lincoln boys are at Rapid City Central. Washington boys are at Rapid City Stevens. And Yankton boys are at Spearfish. Those are all double headers up in West River, South Dakota. Coming up on the other side of the break, I got a chance to talk to Mitchell girls coach Cole Knipling to get the keys to success for the girls for Mitchell tonight against O'Gorman. And that interview is coming up after the break. This is a Knights Game Day show on the Real Presence Radio Network.
Is there an event that you would like announced right here on the RPR network? Please email the details at least 2 weeks in advance to heather@realpresenceradio.com. That's HEATHER@realpresenceradio.com. We can help spread the word about what's happening at your parish and in your diocese. Again, that email address is heather@realpresenceradio.com.
With great joy, we announce that as of February 11th, Catholic Family Services has officially been renamed the Lourdes Center. The healing water that flows from the small grotto in Lourdes, France, has become a conduit of hope and healing to the world. We've experienced a deep call to step more boldly into God's work of offering hope and healing through counseling, programs, and education. In responding to this call, we are delighted to come under the patronage of Our Lady of Lourdes, through whom Christ has revealed his immense power to heal. Learn more at thelourdescenter.com.
Welcome back to the Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal Knights Game Day show. I'm now joined by Mitchell girls basketball coach Cole Knipling. Coach, your girls lost to number 4 Brandon Valley at the Corn Palace 56-18 Tuesday night. Overall, Coach, what are some things in that ball game your girls struggled with against a very good Brandon Valley team?
I think not just Brandon Valley, but all of the last 4 games. You know, we've played basically all of the top 5 in the rankings except for O'Gorman in our last 4, and we're just really struggling to rebound and take care of the basketball right now. We lost Sawyer Stabner, be our starting point guard, leading scorer, leading rebounder, leading assist 4 games ago, and it just seems like we really struggled to adjust, especially on the offensive end.
Coach, are there any positives from the Brandon Valley game Tuesday night that you can take moving forward?
It's over. That's a positive. So we'll try and do better next time. not a whole lot other than that. We really just struggled. There was a couple stretches. You see it good for 2 or 3 minutes at a time, but a game's 32 minutes long. So we've got to learn how to be consistent throughout the game and not have stretches where we turn the ball over 3, 4, 5 times in a row.
And Coach, you mentioned the offensive struggles, and it looks like the last 4 games, as you mentioned, all against top-ranked opponents. Your girls are only averaging about 23.5 points a game in those games. What has been the biggest struggle offensively in those games, and how much is it not having Sawyer around as well?
Yeah, I think a big part of it is that, Sawyer Stabner is just a tremendous athlete. She's really talented. We played through her. She was a lot of our offense started with either her turning the corner and driving or us throwing the ball into her in the post. And so we were playing through her, and I thought that allowed the other 4 to kind of fit into some nice complementary roles. So when you don't have Sawyer in there, it's who's going to fill that void. Who are we going to play through in the post? Who are we going to win with the drive to draw a second defender and get a kick out? And we've just really been struggling to expand the roles of others. We feel like we got some girls. I think Caitlin Christensen down low is somebody we can play through in the post. I think Lauren Van Overshield, Taylor Giblin, there's some girls that could, maybe win on a drive and create it, and Sarah Sieber can definitely hit shots. So we've got girls that can step up. We just really struggled to make that next leap now that we need to.
Coach, let's move forward to tonight's game. It doesn't get any easier for your girls as you play number 2 Sioux Falls O'Gorman. I guess what concerns you most going into the game against the Knights?
We really struggled since we lost Sawyer with our zone offense. It just seems like we've really had a hard time finding a rhythm and being able to get quality shots consistently. So we're probably seeing the best 2-3 zone we're going to see all year tonight. They're really lengthy. They're really quick. They know what they're doing. The full court pressure, 2-2-1 and 2-3 is terrifying, and it keeps me up at night. So that's going to be challenging. Obviously, they got as much talent. You got 3 Division I athletes or more on that team. Like just the athleticism on the boards is going to hurt us as well.
Coach, on your defensive end, what will be the biggest challenges slowing down the O'Gorman offense?
I think the big thing is we got to keep Abdush out of the lane. She's so quick with the dribble. She really is. She's probably the best in the state that we've seen. So we got to be really good in the gaps and make sure that, we're helping the on-ball defender when she's got the ball and getting out the shooters, especially Ronzik. We can't lose her. That's always tough to do. It's easy to say. It's tough to do. So, anytime you're playing zone defense like we've played all year, you're really looking to try and make not the best 2 or 3 people be the ones that beat you. So we really got to try and be tough on Abdush and Ronzik and make sure that hopefully the other ones have a bad night shooting.
And finally, Coach, and you've alluded to it already earlier in this interview, what does your girls need to do to have success against the O'Gorman press?
I think the big thing is just, lobbed passes are bad versus a press. And it just seems like in the last couple of games, that's what we've reverted back to, is a lot of soft passes, especially to the middle of the floor. You got to put it on the line. You've got to have your spacing down about 15 feet apart and really get the ball moving. I think we hold on to the ball too long, and when we do pass it, it's soft. We've got a couple days to work on it. We're hoping that it's improved, but we'll see.
Thank you so much, Coach, for your time, and good luck tonight against Sioux Falls O'Gorman.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
And that was Mitchell girls basketball coach Cole Knipling. I want to thank Coach Knipling for his time, as always. Coming up after the break, I got a chance to talk to O'Gorman girls coach Kent Kolzrud to get his keys to victory against the Mitchell Colonels, and that interview is coming up next on the Knights Game Day show after the break.
The 22nd annual Gift of Hope charity event benefiting the Lourdes Center, formerly known as Catholic Family Services, welcomes contemporary Christian music artist Unspoken, Saturday, March 26th at 7 p.m. at the Bishop O'Gorman Performing Arts Center. Get your tickets online at ccfesd.org or by calling 605-988-3765. Sponsored by Avera and First Premier.
At Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal, we are guided by one simple principle. We do what we say we're going to do. We believe in ensuring our customers are happy with the work we deliver. Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal was established in Sioux Falls in 1981 and has been involved with installing more than 100 million square feet of commercial roofing across the Midwest. We have worked on businesses including schools, universities, hospitals, churches, and factories. For more information, we can be reached at 605-331-5121 or online at guaranteeroofingsd.com.
Welcome back to the Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal Knights Game Day show. I'm now joined by Sioux Falls O'Gorman girls coach Kent Kolzrud. Coach, your girls got back on the winning track last Tuesday night against Harrisburg with a nice win, 64-31. I know going into that ball game, talking to you, kind of offensively wanted to try to play more, I would say, inside out, whether it's with the dribble penetration or getting more post touches than, say, the Washington game, the game before that. Overall, did you feel like your girls attacked the basket pretty well that game?
I did. I was really pleased, Brett. Harrisburg's always got a good basketball team, good basketball program, and I thought we did. I thought we worked worked inside out. We got the ball in the paint numerous ways, like you said, off some dribble penetration type of things, some paint touches or post touches. We got some things in transition. We did a really nice job, I thought, defensively in our pressure and our half-court matchup zone to get some deflections, to get some run-outs and get some easy baskets. That just really pleased the way our kids bounced back from a tough Washington loss. I knew they would. I knew they would respond, and they came out. They played with energy and enthusiasm, and really a nice win.
Coach, you always want your team to kind of be peaking as you enter playoff time or in the last week of the regular season. Do you feel like your girls at this point in the season are playing some of their better basketball right now?
I think so, Brett. We had that really nice 5-game run there when those games are also close together. I had a little bit of a tumble against Sioux Falls, Washington, who's a very, very good basketball team. I might have ran out of gas there a little bit. They came into our gym and played really, really good, bounced back and played really well against Harrisburg. I think we're practicing good, so really excited for these last 2 games this week, hopefully to continue to improve, to keep playing better basketball. I still think we have some upside and still want to be playing our best basketball in about 2 or 3 weeks, but do feel like we're a much improved basketball team and playing with a lot of confidence.
Coach, your team's been off for 9 days now. You last played against Harrisburg on February 15th. Is that a concern at all for you going into tonight's game against Mitchell, who's played 3 games in that same stretch?
It is a little bit, Brett. We were really excited to play on Tuesday. Weather, just didn't work out for us, so that's just kind of the way it goes. But, you can't do anything about it. We had that really nice stretch of games. Kids got a little chance to regroup, played Harrisburg, and have another stretch here. So not going to make any excuses. We've had good practices. Our kids need to come out focused and excited and ready to play tonight against Mitchell and get to follow it up with a good game against Huron tomorrow to end the regular season.
Coach, tonight is senior night for your team. You only have 2 senior girls, and both the Hannahs, Hannah Freeman and Hannah Ronsick, will be playing their last home regular season games at O'Gorman tonight. Coach, what's it been like for you to coach 4 years they've been in high school, and what have kind of they meant to your program?
Yeah, they've been a ton. Hannah Ronsick has played since she was a freshman, started for 3 years, won a lot of accolades, great shooter, dribble penetration, get to the basket. She just brings so many basketball things to the table. Great kid, great leader, going on to Colorado State next year to continue her basketball career, so it meant a ton to us. Hannah Friedman, I've coached her since 3rd grade, kind of coming through traveling ball with my daughter's team, and has had a really great senior season. Capable of hitting the 15 to 17 foot jumper, can score inside, she rebounds, she does anything we ask of her. Great kid as well, great student. I think going to USD next year and going to be tremendously successful. Both those kids, so they've meant so much to our basketball program on and off the court. Great kids, and we know they're going to be tremendously successful down the road.
Coach, our opponent tonight is the Mitchell Colonels. They're 9-10 on the season, have had 4 straight losses, did lose their best player Sawyer Stabner to a back injury. I guess what are you expecting to see tonight from your opponent Mitchell on offense and defense?
Yeah, they're a team that started out a little bit slow, really got on a hot streak, and then had the injury to Stabner and kind of fallen off a little bit. They have some kids that are capable of shooting the basketball okay, going to defend well, play really hard, just not quite as talented, and with the injury still trying to regroup a little bit. This time of the season, it's more about us than them. We're going to try to go out there and do the things we like to do. We're going to mix in some full court pressures. We're going to mix up our zones a little bit, maybe mix in a little bit of man. We want to get out and run in transition. We have to execute an offense. Rebounding is always a huge key for us, and we just need to go out there and do the things that we need to do to be successful.
Thanks so much, Coach. Good luck tonight.
Thank you, Brett.
And we'd like to thank Coach Colesrud for his time as always. Now it's our Keys to Victory segment for the O'Gorman girls, what they need to do tonight to have success against Mitchell. Number 1, we got to get out to a good start, get some easy baskets that fall early, play with great energy out of the gates. Number 2, got to win the rebounding battle. We'll have a big size advantage over Mitchell. They only have one girl in their rotation above 5'10", so that'll be big advantage for us tonight. Create turnovers. We're averaging about 16.5 turnovers created per game. Mitchell's really struggled taking care of the basketball in the last 4 games especially. And finally got to attack the basket offensively. Just can't settle for long outside jumpers. I think Mitchell's going to be playing a zone against us. Can't fall in love with the 3 ball. The Keys to Victory for the O'Gorman Knights has been brought to you by Closets & More, a locally owned company providing custom designed closets and storage solutions. Closets & More can be reached at 605-334-5135 or online at closetsandmoresd.com. Now, my player to click for Sioux Falls O'Gorman tonight, a senior night. You have to go with a senior, right? I'm going to go with Hannah Ronsick, the Colorado State recruit, averaging about 18 points a game. I think this will be a big final home regular season game for Hannah tonight, predicting about 20 points from her. So that's my pick to click for the Knights. Tonight's Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights game day show has been brought to you by Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal. Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal was established in Sioux Falls in 1981 and has been involved with installing more than 100 million square feet of commercial roofing across the Midwest.
For more information, they can be reached at 605-331-5121 or online at guaranteeroofingsd.com. Coming up next is a nice tip-off show with a priest prayer. Starting lineups for both teams and final thoughts, all still to come. This is O'Gorman Girls Basketball on Real Presence Radio.
Need repairs on gas pumps, tanks, and air compressors? Sioux Equipment Company can help. They serve Sioux Falls and the surrounding areas. Sioux Equipment Company also offers services for lifts, signs, decals, and tank truck equipment. Sioux Equipment Company at 605-334-1653 is a supporter of O'Gorman Knights athletics and activities.
J&J Caseworks and Closets and More is a proud sponsor of the O'Gorman Knights. Following the same rich, winning tradition, family, and Christian values, J&J Caseworks strives to create a work environment to call home. Family owned and operated, J&J Caseworks has several full-time positions available. Our team members pursue career goals, learn new skills, and get the recognition they deserve. To set up an appointment, J&J Caseworks can be reached at 605-332-0805 or email jobs@jmjcaseworks.com. Go Knights!
On the Real Presence Radio Network, O'Gorman Knights Basketball is on the air. Brought to you by
Catholic Family Services, Catholic Community Foundation of Eastern South Dakota, Jardine Construction, Barnett Vision Clinic, Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools, Sioux Equipment Company, Closets and More and JMJ Caseworks, the BB Agency, Knights of Columbus Insurance, Pizza Ranch and Fun Zone Arcade on 41st Street, Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal, and Barnett Lewis Funeral Home.
Tip-off to tonight's game is just moments away. With all the exciting action of O'Gorman Knights basketball, let's go to the gym.
All right, welcome back. This is Brett Byler with Real Presence Radio, and now it's time to start the game off as we do every game with a priest prayer. Father, take it away.
Hello, I'm Father Andy Thuringer, chaplain at Bishop O'Gorman High School. Let's begin in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of life and the gift of this day. We praise you for the gift of our young people, and ask that your Holy Spirit would raise them up as disciples of your Son. Keep all these student athletes safe today, and may everything they do today glorify you. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
All right, thank you, Father. We're going to go now to PA announcer Rick Lynch, who's with the senior prayer and then the national anthem to follow.
Mary, Queen of Victory, pray for us. Now, please remain standing, face the flag, and place your right hand over your heart. As a O'Gorman chorus member, Gabe Jeff sings our national anthem. All veterans and out-of-uniform military personnel may salute the flag. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the Rockies spread glad upon bursting in air, gave proof through the night that the flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right. That was Gabe Cheddar with the national anthem. Did a terrific job. And now it's time for the starting lineups for both teams. First, for our home team, the O'Gorman Knights, at 16-2 on the season, ranked number 2 in AA. Recorded by the girls themselves. Enjoy.
Molly Abduce, number 15, 5'7", sophomore guard. Kira Mentley, number 24, 6'1", junior, forward. Hannah Friedman, number 33, 5'11", senior, forward. Bergen Riley, number 25, 6'1", junior, forward. Hannah Ronsick, number 30, 5'11", senior guard.
All right, thanks, ladies. And now for the Mitchell Colonels, which looks like we're going to have a change in their lineup. So number 11 guard Taylor Giblin, a 5'6" junior. Number 12 guard Lauren Overshield, a 5'4" freshman. And actually, it looks like Sawyer Stabner is suited up and sitting down the bench. So it looks like she will actually be playing tonight. So she's in the starting lineup, number 14. Had the back injury, and I thought, talking to Coach Knippling, she was done for the season, but looks like that is not the case. Also, number 23 guard Sarah Siebert, 5'7" senior, and number 24 forward Caitlin Christensen, a 6' senior. The Colonels are coached by Cole Knippling. In his third year at 33 and 31, he was the Mitchell boys assistant in 2018-2019. Previously coached at Elk Point Jefferson for 9 years. Chamberlain, South Dakota native, and the Knights are coached by Kent Colesrud in his 24th year at O'Gorman. His record is 394 and 176. So we see on the stream right now, you're watching the two O'Gorman senior girls are getting honored, which are Hannah Friedman and Hannah Ronsick, the two Hannahs. And the starting lineups will get introduced after that. So we're going to take a quick commercial break for 60 seconds. We'll come back for more O'Gorman girls basketball on Real Presence Radio, 94.5 FM Sioux Falls, 91.3 FM Hartford. Online at realpresenceradio.com, on YouTube at Real Presence Radio Sioux Falls, and also on Pure Oldies 103.5 FM in Mitchell.
Early in his time as the new bishop of the Diocese of Sioux Falls, Bishop Donald DeGrood sensed in prayer the vision that the Lord has for the diocese in our time. Lifelong Catholic missionary discipleship through God's love. That is, for each and every Catholic in eastern South Dakota to receive God's love, to be in personal relationship with Jesus Christ, and to share that love with others. Find out more at sfcatholic.org/vision and discover the exciting and beautiful part you have to play in God's plan.
Hi, this is Brett Byler, Area Account Executive with Real Presence Radio. Did you know the signal of Real Presence Radio reaches an audience of over 2.4 million people across North Dakota, Minnesota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Wyoming? Have you ever thought about running radio spots on the RPR network? We want to partner with you to help gain exposure for your business in front of a very faithful customer base. To find out more about the options, please call me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333.
All right, welcome back, folks. This is Brett Byler with Real Presence Radio. I will be joined shortly by Mr. Isaac Struck to help me out tonight. Dan Johnson has the night off. You see the Mitchell girls just got introduced. Now it's time for the O'Gorman girls to get introduced. This will be the home regular season finale for the Knights. They'll play up in Huron tomorrow afternoon at 2:30 to close their regular season. And this is Mitchell's last regular season game of their season. So it's funny how fast the season goes. It feels like we're up here for the Brandon Valley game in December and turn around, and here we are at the end of February, ready for playoff basketball. So again, the starters for Mitchell: Siebert, Van Overshield, Stabner, Christensen, and Giblin. For O'Gorman, it's Abdush, Riley, Friedman, Ronsick, and Mentley. The interesting fact is Sawyer Stabner is playing tonight after hurting her back, has missed the previous 4 games, and she will be playing tonight. See how that affects her. So girls are on the court in the home white tops, white bottoms is O'Gorman. In the black tops with yellow trim is Mitchell. Ball is in the air. kind of a bad toss to O'Gorman's favor, and they'll have the ball starting out first with Abdouche. Mitchell is in that 2-3 zone. Down low is Bergen Riley for the first basket of the game. So she was wide open in the back of the zone. Mitchell does break the press. Here is Giblin up top. They're going to go it around the horn with Giblin back over. It's tipped away by Abdouche with the steal by Molly. Trying to get to Hannah, and Stabner knocks that away. Stabner looks like she's moving pretty good right now. There's no back injuries, which I've had them before. Not fun at all. They kind of affect every other part of your body as well. Here is Ronsick in the corner. Molly cuts and loses it, so a turnover for O'Gorman. Stabner with the steal. All the way, and she is fouled by Hannah Freeman as she kind of did the Euro step around her. Looked like Freeman got a lot of ball, but the referee is going to call the foul. Stabner to the free throw line, makes the first. Averaging 15.8 points per game, Mitchell's leading scorer. A sophomore. She's the only returning starter back from their state tournament team last year who graduated 4 seniors. Her second one is up and good. Two early going, first minute of the game. AA girls basketball. 16-2 O'Gorman, number 2 in seed points. 9-10 Mitchell, number 10 in seed points. A lot of other games going on. A lot will be decided, obviously, the next 2 nights on who's going to be playing who in the Sodak 16 next Friday night. Here is Metley down low, misses a layup. Bergen Riley gets it, misses it. Metley gets it back again, misses it, and she's fouled down low by Giblin. So that's that size advantage. As I mentioned in the pregame, Mitchell only has one rotation girl that's at least 5'10". That's Caitlin Christensen at 6 foot. The rest are shorter than 5'10" or below. Gorman has 3 girls in that 6 foot range in their starting lineup. Menley misses the free throw. On the season, Kira's a 68% free throw shooter. Second one is up and good for Menley. 3-2 O'Gorman. Now we got the press, a little 2-2-1 press, and it's tipped away by Metley, stolen by the Knights. Down low to Freeman. Back out to Bergen. Corner is Ronsick for 3, no good. Another offensive rebound by Freeman and Riley, and they're missing the shots, and Siebert comes out of there with the ball. So O'Gorman's had about 4 bunnies they've missed down in the paint area. Here is Van Overshield, no good. Rebound by Freeman. Abdouche to Ronsick. Scoop shot is up and good for Hannah Ronsick. 5-2 O'Gorman. Let's see if Mitchell can break this press. Ooh. Siebert almost traveled that time. She held that pivot foot just barely. Here comes Giblin's cut off. I have Mr. Isaac Strux now on his headset. I don't know if his mic's up or not yet. So Mitchell will have the possession now. How are you doing, Isaac?
Good. How are you? Good to be here.
Doing well. Here is Giblin for 3. Good. Kind of lost her that time. She was wide open on the zone there. If you're Mitchell, this first quarter is big. If you can kind of hang around, take that initial blow, so to speak, and hang in there into the second half, and Van Overshield hit Freeman on the shoulder that time.
Yeah, exactly. If you're able to kind of fight off that initial push from the Knights and be able to keep it within striking distance, obviously that second half is open to a lot more opportunities offensively.
So we in the game for Mitchell is Maddie Kempf, 5'4" sophomore. Her sister Macy was a really good senior player for the Mitchell Colonel. She's now at Mount Marty, as is Cameron Krogman. So 2 starters for Mitchell last year, both at Mount Marty this year. Here is Freeman in the corner, short.
Good look for Freeman, but a better offensive board by a much undersized Molly Abdouche.
That's about 6 of those so far, Isaac, on those offensive rebounds. There's another one. Medley is fouled that time by Aaliyah Howard, who just checked in, the 5'4" senior. So Kira back to the free throw line. She split a pair her first trip. What are you looking for tonight, Isaac, from this O'Gorman girls team? We have 2 games left tonight and then tomorrow in Huron, trying to get that momentum, so to speak, to go into that SODAC next week.
You know, I'm hoping that they can close the season on a strong note. Obviously, one of the front runners right now in the state heading into that SODAC 16, but making sure that you take care of business tonight at home on senior night. And then tomorrow, a tougher trip to Huron. It was supposed to be on Tuesday, now a Saturday game, give you a little bit more time to prepare, but also those second-day legs that you have to get ready to, because in a couple of weeks with that state tournament, you're going to be playing 3 games in a row in 3 days. So it's a good test for us right here at the end of the season, and hopefully we're able to rattle off 2 consecutive wins.
Absolutely. So Kira missed both free throws. Stabner drove the ball all the way full court, got blocked by Kira. Ball got bounced around, went out of bounds to O'Gorman.
Now another turnover for O'Gorman.
Here's Howard. No good. Rebound by Van Overshield to Christensen. She misses it. And Ronsick with the rebound.
So the Colonels missed 2 layups down on the offensive end. Head coach Cole Knipling over there didn't look very pleased on the no call on that second layup attempt.
Kind of a wild runner by Kira Medley, and that's short. So here comes Mitchell. If I was Mitchell, I not say I would slow it down totally, but you probably want to try to play the clock game a little bit against O'Gorman.
Yeah, take advantage of running that clock down and limiting possessions offensively
kind of
for O'Gorman.
And there is a nice cut by Sawyer Stabner in the middle of that zone, but I don't know if you remember this, Isaac. This was probably back in 15 or 16. The Brookings girls came in here, and it was about 28-23 after going into the fourth quarter. Lynn Frederick really slowed that game down. We had to go to a man-to-man defense and press to speed it back up, but that's kind of what their strategy was, which worked for about 3 quarters.
Yeah, if you're able to slow down a team that likes to get up and move, obviously you're, 1, making them play out of their comfort zone, but 2, when you're able to do that, a team that's not experienced with slowing things down and beating you in the half court is going to really have to work for their points. And when you're making a team work for their points early in the game, it might you might get off to a good start, but in that second half when the team starts to kind of figure out their mojo, then it's important to be able to go blow for blow with them for the rest of the way.
So Stabner makes the first, misses the second, and we have a full timeout right now for Sioux Falls O'Gorman. So we're going to take a 30-second break. The Knights trail actually right now 6-5, 3:34 left here in the first quarter from O'Gorman High School.
Real Presence Radio is available on Alexa-enabled devices, including Amazon Echo, phones, tablets, and smart displays. To enable the skill, just say, Alexa, enable Real Presence Radio. To listen, say something like, Alexa, open Real Presence Radio. It will then ask what station you want to play, to which you can respond, play Sioux Falls, or play AM 970, or play WWEN. From there, you can use commands like play, pause, and stop. Listen to RPR anytime, anywhere on Alexa-enabled devices.
All right, welcome back to O'Gorman High School. We had a timeout. The Colonels hanging in there, up 6-5 in the early going. A lot of easy misses for O'Gorman so far on putback opportunities, where the Mitchell Colonels have got 3 free throws by Sawyer Stabner. She's out of the game now. There's Friedman down low with the basket. It's good. So Hannah Freeman's on the board at 7-6. Turnover, well, almost, and we have a jump ball. Coach Knipling had the line of the year to me, Isaac, in my interview with him. He said the O'Gorman press has been keeping him up at night. Giving him nightmares.
That's funny. And, when you're a coach and you're getting ready for that, you're just hoping that you can prepare your players for, whatever is coming. And sometimes, like he had just alluded to, it's tough to game plan, especially against a team that, is just so athletic, but also plays such a smart defensive game.
So they are going to give And that's a play I honestly hate, and I've seen O'Gorman get the call too, where I don't think any girl had possession. If we have a 30-second timeout under my rant, it'll be Mitchell's calling a timeout with their ball, but so many times the referees will give a coach who's way over there a timeout when neither team really has possession of the ball. Yeah, which I've seen us get the call too. It's almost like, because isn't it supposed to, you have to have full possession before you can be awarded a timeout.
It's almost like they reward the call even though they don't necessarily know exactly what's happening down on that side of the floor, which just bothers me too. I mean, that's a tough call to make.
He's neither player that time had possession of
exactly.
it. So.
Ball's fumbling around a little bit, and then all of a sudden, boom, whistle blows, and you're like, wait a second, who had possession?
So anyway, so it's 7-6 Knights. And I don't know if you missed the first part of this, Isaac. So Sawyer Stavner, number 14 for Mitchell, hurt her back against Jefferson a couple of weeks ago. She's kind of the LeBron James of this team, leads the team in every statistical stat line. So talking to Coach Knipling the other day, she sounded like she was out for the season with this back injury, but now all of a sudden she's playing. So
a little bit of a dipsy-do by Coach Knipling, all of a sudden his star player back into things.
And she's been playing like a lot of these short bursts too, so not consistently in the game. But to me, with a back injury, though, it's almost better to stay out there, because I've had plenty of back issues, and it almost feels like if you're not moving, it's when it starts really getting tight.
It starts flaring up and getting a little bit more tight when you're sitting down and not moving. But, hey, you're running around. Things are a little bit better.
Yeah, that little bit of adrenaline, too, I guess, in basketball.
Absolutely. Especially, once you get to that SODAC 16 state tournament time, all of the injuries seem like they're irrelevant at that point. You don't feel anything.
Ooh, good look to Bergen Riley, but good job by Christensen with the deflection and kind of a sloppy start. And again, Isaac, with the 9-day layoff, that was one of my points I was making the pregame show, is how is this O'Gorman team going to come out after being off 9 days? It's been a little sloppy so far.
Yeah, and from what I've seen, obviously I missed the first couple of minutes there, prior commitments, and then the parking lot's a zoo right now. But yeah, it seems like the O'Gorman's just really struggled kind of getting into the flow of things here early on.
So they do break the press that time. Here's Giblin in the middle. Now she's trapped and throws it right to Abdouche. So here comes Molly. Almost as close to a travel.
I think Molly was a little bit indecisive there, whether she was going to give it off to Moore, who takes the jumper no good, give it off to Moore or take it herself, and then got caught in the middle of the two.
Here's Stabner. Nice jump stop. Basket is good. That's a rare lost art of basketball. That play right there where you just do a little, instead of going all the way, it's a little 10-foot jump stop shot and made it. Something
always a good look.
Something me and my dad always worked on when I was playing basketball back in the day.
Yeah, the lost art, that's a perfect way to describe it, because you don't see many people taking, that shot nowadays is a one-footed floater where you're kind of tossing up at the rim, but being able to stop, get your 2 feet set, and shoot it from that close, it's a really high percentage shot.
So Stabner actually has 5 of the 8 for Mitchell. Mitchell's up 8-7, a minute 22 in the first quarter. Giblin almost carried it. Gets it to Siebert in the corner. No good. Long rebound. And Lucy Moore knocks down Van Overshield. Picks her up, and that's a foul on Lucy. 4 team fouls already for the Knights. It's funny how some of these games, and there's 3 on Mitchell, you have a lot of fouls called. In other games, you go through almost a half with, say, 3 total fouls between the two teams.
Exactly. It just depends on the day and depends on who's making the calls. But, yeah, that one, sometimes it would go. I think in a Sioux Falls matchup, I think they kind of just let that body contact go a little bit, just knowing that the intensity is a little bit higher between the girls and a little bit feistier. But, that was enough body that you could call it either way. And obviously Lucy initiated the contact, so that's why she picked up the call.
So Knights in that extended 2-3 zone. Mitchell kind of having about a 3 out. They have a high post girl and a baseline runner, but they're a little discombobulated right now, Isaac.
Absolutely. They're having a tough time finding out where they're trying to get to.
Ooh, I thought that might have been off Siebert, but they'll stay with Mitchell with only 5 seconds on the shot clock. 43 seconds here in the game clock, so Mitchell has to realize that A and then try to get a quick shot B. Ooh, and Hannah with the tip, and she'll get the steal. Rodsick all the way, and she fouled hard.
Fouled pretty hard there.
Nice Siebert.
There's a nice little spinning pirouette to the floor.
Those are one of the players. I don't know if she even saw Siebert, unless out of the corner of the eye, and she kind of almost got herself flipped that time. When she got fouled, I remember the Roosevelt game at the Pentagon. You were somewhere sunnier than Sioux Falls at that game. She got fouled really hard at the end of the first quarter in that one. So Rosick makes the free throw, ties it up at 8 apiece.
38.1 on the clock here, so Mitchell will have presumably the last shot unless they take a shot earlier in the clock.
So O'Gorman's 2 for 6
and
on
then
free
they
throw.
throw it
Nice.
away. Abdush inside to Riley off the window. It's good.
So 10-8 O'Gorman.
A second straight steal. That's a tough finish by Mentley. No glass. And somehow wrap that thing in and nearly another steal. That's back-to-back turnovers.
And as I say, with only 14.1 seconds left, you're not going to call it. But if a normal time, you're going to call a timeout if you're Coach Knipling, because that's that waterfall effect of one turnover to another turnover to almost another one.
Absolutely.
And Mitchell, from going up 8-7 now, trails 12-8.
If they got to be careful here to make sure they get it across the half-court line, and they just will, and then nearly a travel down into the short corner, 2-point shot, no good. And that'll do it for the first quarter.
So after one quarter, it's the O'Gorman Knights 12, the Mitchell Colonels 8. This is O'Gorman basketball on the Real Presence Radio Network.
Jardine Construction is a general contractor of custom homes, remodeling, and commercial construction. Jardine Construction works in close cooperation with project owners and customers when developing a plan for a building or home. Jardine Construction has lots available in Sioux Falls, Hartford, and Humboldt. Mark can be reached at 605-951-1803 and Tom at 605-261-6174.
Barnett Vision Clinic in Sioux Falls offers comprehensive eye exams to assess their patients' eye health, including students and young athletes. At Barnett Vision Clinic, we offer a variety of glasses, contacts, and sunglasses to fit our patients' needs, including brands such as Oakley, Ray-Ban, Nike, Kate Spade, and Nano Vista glasses for kids. Dr. James Barnett is a proud O'Gorman alumni and St. Michael's parishioner. To schedule an appointment, we can be reached at 605-335-7757 or online at barnettvisionclinic.com.
All right, welcome back to O'Gorman High School. Brett Byler with the one and only Isaac Struck. O'Gorman girls were kind of trailing there, struggling a little bit in the first quarter. Then went on a little bit of a 5-0 run to end the quarter off of 2 steals that led to 2 layups and a free throw by Ronsick all in about the last minute or so that first quarter. And the best thing for Mitchell is the quarter ran out.
Yeah, absolutely. It seemed like everything was starting to waterfall, like you had mentioned, where it just started to slip out of their hands a little bit. They were struggling to get any sort of rhythm to get that ball across the half-court line, and luckily they crossed half-court, they hit the deck, they threw it away, and then a shot at the buzzer, and they were lucky to survive that first quarter before they started turning it over again.
So it'll be Mitchell ball to start out the second quarter, trailing 12-8. Here is Sawyer Stabner, no good down low.
Nice offensive board again by the Colonels.
Lauren Van Overshield, Stabner, Christensen, Siebert, and Giblin are your 5 for Mitchell. You got Izzy Moore, Molly Abdush, Kira Bergen, and Hannah Ronsick for O'Gorman.
17 on the shot clock. Mitchell just been working it around the perimeter, having a tough time penetrating this zone.
And there's a steal by Ronsick. Giblin kind of telegraphed that pass.
Yeah, nice job of Ronsick baiting the pass there and getting an easy steal for a transition layup. Oh, and almost got another one.
It's just like a cornerback in football, baiting that cornerback on those quick out passes.
Yep, trying to make sure you show that you've got the leverage a little bit, or show that they presumably have the leverage a little bit and then take it away. It's easy to do against quarterbacks like Dak Prescott and Tony Romo.
Oh, boy. You're taking shots at my quarterback already. Yikes.
Guys like McCorkle Jones and Tom Brady. Those guys, those are tough to bait.
Miami wouldn't say so about old Mac. Got him a little bit in that last game. So this is kind of a danger zone area, though, for Mitchell right now. Their girls there, that's a 5-second. Because they haven't scored now in about a couple minutes and just turning the ball over left and right.
Yeah, really struggling to get any sense of rhythm going on the offensive end. Like you had mentioned, they were up 8-7, and they had the momentum. They were getting stops and steals on defense and turn it into points, and then all of a sudden they've gone ice cold shooting-wise, and they haven't had many looks because they've turned the ball over.
Oh, boy, that's a lot of a looping pass that was deflected and stolen. Here is Stamner pushing the pace, and she must have thought there was a girl in front, and no one was there.
There was a bounce pass to the sixth woman down there.
Isn't that a bad feeling? I think as a basketball player, for some reason you think there's someone there, and you pass it, and you look, and there's absolutely no one there.
Wait a second. I could have sworn someone was standing there.
And Coach Roby gives you one of those looks like, what are you doing?
Oh.
Ooh, boy, that was one of those in between. You think you're going to shoot, then you decide not to at the last moment. That was Ronsick.
And Abdush gets tackled over on the baseline. Obviously incidental, but doesn't
feel like
disregard the fact that it was still getting smacked to the floor there.
So here comes into the ball game.
What happened to the table over there?
Oh, well, they kind of moved the whole setup with the wrestling here last week.
Gotcha.
So good cut by Ronsick for the layup. So, and they really never brought the stuff back, so to speak. So we have a new colonel in, which I'll get to in the next dead ball. That's tipped away. So, and she's wearing a face mask like Manny wore. So it's Delaney Dagan, number 20, a 5'4" sophomore with the clear face mask.
Mitchell kind of a young group here. Not all. I mean, I think there's 2 seniors on the team as well. Three seniors.
Yeah,
on
I
the
think
team.
3. That's a steal by Bergen Riley. Reading that one to Abdush, who dropped it, and she okay? She kind of went down.
It's a non-contact knee.
Ooh. So with Molly down, we're going to take a break, probably about a 60-second break for an injury timeout. Knights up 16-8, 5:35 left here in the second quarter.
Hi, this is Mark Holcraft.
And this is Dr. Joseph Holcraft. You know, Mark, Jesus asks 307 questions in sacred scripture. He is asked 183, of which he only answers 3. What's the business with all of this questioning going on in the Bible?
Well, Joe, there's a lot there, and we'll be ready to take that on. Tune in to hear about these questions and more on Awaken every second and fourth Wednesday at 7 a.m. Central here on Real Presence Radio Network.
Searching for more great Catholic content? Visit our website at realpresenceradio.com. Find Catholic news you can trust, information about events coming up in the local area, and the latest on what's happening at the RPR network. And don't forget that you can listen to any of our stations around the clock from anywhere in the world. Need prayers for someone or something in your life? You can submit those through our online form for the entire family to pray for. Real Presence Radio, your family of faith and hope. Online at realpresenceradio.com.
So if you're just joining us, Molly Abdush, the stud sophomore, down on the floor in a lot of pain right now. She is helped off the floor, a non-contact knee injury where she kind of slid and hit the floor, kind of in simultaneously where she tried to stop and put some weight, and it looked like her knee kind of buckled and gave out from underneath her. She hit the deck and didn't get back up, and now is gingerly walking off the floor to the locker room.
So Lucy Moore is coming in for her. So
we hope that Molly's okay there, but I mean, it did not look great, and especially for this team, you could see the girls are a little bit shaken up at the initial moment. There's a timeout here from Mitchell.
So Coach Knipling, as the girls for Mitchell can't get the ball past half court, is going to call a 30-second timeout. We're going to take a quick 30-second break as well.
The 22nd annual Gift of Hope charity event benefiting the Lourdes Center, formerly known as Catholic Family Services, welcomes contemporary Christian music artist Unspoken, Saturday, March 26th at 7 p.m. at the Bishop O'Gorman Performing Arts Center. Get your tickets online at ccfesd.org or by calling 605-988-3765. Sponsored by Avera and First Premier.
Welcome back to O'Gorman High School. The Lady Knights lead the Mitchell Colonels 16-8 with 5:22 left here in the second quarter.
So it'll be Colonel's ball. We'll just get it past half court barely. Here's Taylor Giblin out to Sarah Siebert. 16-8. O'Gorman leading 5-10.
Oh, and a travel at the top of the key there. I was just about to say this is a moment where Mitchell can maybe look to turn the game around a little bit here after the injury to Abdouche. You're going to have Lucy Moore come in, who has had a lot of varsity experience, but still a reserve role player that doesn't pick up the amount of points and speed and tempo that you get with Amali Abdouche. So an opportunity for Mitchell as Hannah Ronzik knocks down the triple.
So Ronzik has 10 for O'Gorman, who, if you were listening to Isaac, maybe not. She was my pick to click. That's a travel. Oh, boy, that was a bad travel. That wasn't called by the ref. Oh, man. That's one of the most.
Oh, and there's a double dribble.
Here is Giblin. Not for sure what's going on, folks, but there was a, don't want to be biased, but there's a blatant travel by Stabner and then a double dribble by Giblin not called. Here is Stabner with 5, going to dribble. I don't think Mitchell realizes it, Isaac. Here is Siebert's blocked by Ronzik.
So the three-point shot swatted away. And now O'Gorman, with their largest lead at 11, has an opportunity to expand on that here.
And one thing, unfortunate for O'Gorman, too, is they don't play many girls either. They basically play 6, so when you lose one like Abdouche, there is Metley fighting for it and scores it. It'll be really interesting. The rest of this game is, who is he going to bring off the bench? Because you can't just basically play the 5. Though. I mean, you could, but I mean.
Yeah, theoretically you could.
But the game tomorrow, it's not, yeah.
And, hopefully tomorrow you have an opportunity to bring in some of those younger girls and play a little bit more against Huron, who, a decently solid team, but, heading into the final game of, I think we kind of know the seeding where we're going to be at, and maybe you don't want to wear out your starters a ton necessarily tomorrow on the road. But, yeah, and now,
there's
another near injury there as the tied up on the floor. It was Van Overshield who dribbled down the right side and tried to stop as well, slipped and fell out of bounds, lost the ball, and then 2 girls tied it up, and a jump ball will result in the O'Gorman possession. If you're Mitchell right now, you got to start stringing together some defense. They've gone 6 minutes now without a bucket.
Right, and they've really struggled scoring, Isaac. They only averaged 23.5 points in the last 4 ball games. Bodies on the floor. Here's Bergen. Riley will hit the 18-footer. Man, this looks more like a wrestling match than a basketball game at points.
A lot of people hitting the floor here early, and Moore is going to get a steal.
Good anticipation by Lucy to Bergen,
Nice.
and she's fouled by any of those 3 colonels that were standing there.
Nice dump inside there from Lucy. Wraparound pass to Bergen. That was really good court vision by Lucy Moore.
So Kemp will get her first foul. So 7 fouls on Mitchell. And Bergen's free throw is good. So Isaac, you're not a math whiz, but when you have 1 less foul than point, a quarter and a half in a ball game, that's never good, right?
No, not necessarily. It's not something that you're looking forward to.
So it's 25-8 now as Knights have pushed their lead up to 17. My Nebraska math can do that, and that's almost another steal.
And, like we were saying, and not to sound biased by any means, but, Mitchell had control of this game in the opening couple minutes, and O'Gorman has kind of just sucked the life out of that road crowd from Mitchell, which a good crowd on hand. Mitchell always travels well.
They do, yeah.
So we've got a full timeout, so we'll just take a break here. You're listening to O'Gorman Lady Knights basketball on Real Presence Radio Network.
Real Presence Radio will be broadcasting an estimated 42 Sioux Falls O'Gorman girls and boys basketball games from the middle of December 2021 to the middle of March 2022. Tune into the RPR network on 94.5 FM Sioux Falls, 91.3 FM Hartford, online at realpresenceradio.com, on our free mobile app, and on YouTube at Real Presence Radio Sioux Falls. If your business would like to sponsor our O'Gorman basketball broadcast, contact me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333.
Welcome back to O'Gorman High School. If you're just joining us, the O'Gorman Lady Knights lead the Mitchell Colonels 25-8. Mitchell had an 8-7 lead and has gone the last 7.5 minutes without a bucket here in this one. And, it's been a big end of the first quarter, into the second quarter offensively for the Lady Knights.
So an 18-0 run for O'Gorman from about the 2-minute-ish mark of the first quarter to the 3:20 mark here of the second quarter. Mitchell only scored 18 points against Brandon Valley. Tuesday night they scored 18 points against Washington about a week ago, and Stabner's fouled that time. And those are all without Sawyer Stabner, so you're taking away 15, 16 points a game, and then her 4 or 5 assists.
Yeah, and you're just taking away like a player that's able to share the wealth and move the ball around, which obviously helps create offense. But when you're missing a player like that, it's obviously going to, tamper with your scoring a little bit. But 18 points is obviously something that Mitchell doesn't necessarily pride themselves in either, and knows that they're a better basketball team than 18 points in a basketball game.
Stabner out to Van Overshield. A long delivery on that 3 is short. Took her a while to get that. It's like she's just a freshman though too. So that's sometimes a girl, you get more strength as you get, older too. And those 3-pointers, you're not going to have to heave it kind of like that.
Yeah, more confidence too. And it looked like a little bit trigger shy to shoot the shot, and then did shoot the shot. This Mitchell team, like I had kind of alluded to, they're young and obviously only 3 seniors, but they're playing a lot of freshmen and sophomores. So it's just the ability to get these girls some experience out there, and especially playing against an O'Gorman team that's one of the stronger teams in the state is going to be a tougher task. And size-wise, Mitchell a little bit undersized as Ronzik frees up for a triple, no good. Nice board there by the Colonels.
Look at Lucy, and Stabner realizes she's there. That's pretty savvy play by her. Here is Siebert's 3 is off the mark. She kind of saw Lucy, just put her little hip into her and knocked Lucy back a little bit. So you can tell when you've done that as a sophomore, she's played a lot of basketball in her life to do that. Here is Freeman now, who's actually playing up front here. Probably the first time she's done that all season. She's playing one of the up positions in this zone. Isaac, you just have fans all over the place, don't you?
Yeah, my grandma is sitting over in the crowd over there, a couple rows behind where my parents are at, but my grandma knows a couple of people from this area too. She's a Huron. She lives in Huron, so she'll actually be at this game tonight, and then in Huron tomorrow she'll be at that game too.
We'll just stay right here as Mitchell takes another timeout. He's have to ask Isaac a question. So this is a basketball question. I think you probably know. So it's 25 now. He calls a timeout. So do you have to still get it over half court, or how's that work?
So calling a timeout actually resets
the 10-second count?
Yeah, the 10-second count back there. At least it does in college. I got to think in high school I believe it does as well, but that's funny because the whole Juwan Howard and Wisconsin coaching situation was that Wisconsin called a timeout in the backcourt to give them a reset on the 10-second violation in the backcourt.
And Wisconsin's up by
12-point game with under a minute to go. So, that's what really frustrated Juwan Howard was because they called a timeout to reset the 10-second count.
And the game's over
anyway. The game was over anyway, so.
Yeah, coaches out there, if you're listening, do not do what Greg Garb and Juwan Howard did after that game. That was terrible. As 2 grown adults to do that, just tough to watch. So it looks like you are right, Isaac. They get the reset there now, so they're past half court.
Well, a good sign for O'Gorman is Molly Abdouche has returned to the bench, and she doesn't have anything on the knee and is sitting up, right over by the coaching staff in pretty good spirits as of right now. So it looks like the initial fear of something major with the knee might be out the back window a little bit, as she looks like she's in better spirits and wants to rejoin the team back in this game.
And honestly, sometimes, as Isaac and I have both played sports a lot, through our lives, sometimes it's the initial scare and who knows what it is, and we're both not doctors, but sometimes it looks and seems worse, and all of a sudden 5-6 minutes later it's not as bad as it looks.
Some of the bad ones almost tend to be better. The worst looking ones sometimes tend to be better, and then the ones that don't look as bad, all of a sudden it's a season-ending knee injury.
Yeah, right.
As of right now, it looks like Abdouche looks to be okay. I think what might have happened, a little hyperextension of the knee where, kind of planted. It didn't go the way you wanted it to go, and it flopped out behind you. And now Molly looks like she's going to check back in. So Molly will return back to the game, gets an ovation from some of the O'Gorman fans.
So 26-8. Mitchell has still not scored in the second quarter.
be interesting to see if, a travel there for Mitchell. A couple of maybe couple burst minutes here for Molly, and if they can keep the lead where it's at, not push it by any means.
Right.
We'll have to keep an eye on that as well.
So Mitchell is here now in a 1-2-2 zone. Ooh, man.
Yeah, Friedman swings it over to Abdush. High-low pass swatted away by Mitchell.
Sometimes, too, if you just bump knees, too, that does not feel good either. It's just, oh, man.
I think it was that initial Abdush in the corner. We'll find out if she's all right here as she buries the triple.
I think the answer is yes, Isaac.
So the lead up to 21 now.
29-8. Mitchell. Stabner will break it to Van Overshield. Down low to Christensen.
Cross-court pass, no good on the layup there. Kick out, thought about a triple, and now kicks it back out up top.
I think Van Overshield's been on the floor about 6 times here in this first half.
Just a gritty freshman, putting her body on the line, jumping around, trying to get deflections, keep the ball alive, but has wound up on the floor a couple of times here in the first half.
She needs some of those Patrick Ewing knee pads he used to wear back in the day. So now we got a new sub in, Claire Benson checking in for the first time. Claire, a sophomore, pretty athletic girl, has a little size to her.
So Stabner will head to the free throw line as she got that foul there, or drew the foul, excuse me. It's just weird watching this Mitchell team from last year. The only time that I saw them play in person was that semifinal game. Where it was
first round game.
First round game at the Pentagon, where it was so back and forth, and Mitchell had at one point had a lead in that game too down the stretch. But this Mitchell team looks a lot different from what last year's team was. Obviously, a lot of room for improvement. But a team that's playing so many young girls like this is going to be tough in the years to come.
So Stabner misses both. Abdush. Speedy as ever, gets up the front court. Now we'll see if O'Gorman, what they'll do, because they could technically hold for the final shot they wanted. But this year's teams plays a little bit faster than some of the previous ones where you're not always for sure if they will hold. Ooh,
and that's the difference between Coach Roby and Coach Kent Colesgrud. A little different approach to the analytics side of the game. If that thing's at 34.9, Coach Roby's whistling for one shot. But I think, and Colesgrud, if it gets under that 35-second, he's willing to take a good look at any time. Obviously, unless it's really late in the game. But, early in that first half, first or 3 quarters, I think they're willing to just take any good look that they can get.
Especially a game like this, too, it's a 20-point game. If it's, say, a tie game against Washington, you're probably more likely to hold than if you're up by 20 against a team that hasn't scored in a quarter. Here is Mitchell with it now. And that's stolen away by Ronson. Could she beat the buzzer? 3, 2. I think she might have even.
And she got it.
So Hannah Ronson will get the layup at the buzzer. That puts her up to 13. The Knights 31. The Mitchell Colonels 8. Coming up from the break will be the Knights halftime show brought to you by the Knights of Columbus Insurance Field Agents, Phil Carlson and Jeff Gillen. This is O'Gorman Girls Basketball on Real Presence Radio.
Your family is depending on you to provide financial security for them. The Knights of Columbus can help you with insurance solutions such as disability income, long-term care, both term and whole life, annuities, retirement, and estate planning services. Join the Knights of Columbus today at kfc.org/join us for access to all these insurance services. Call the BB Agency at 605-882-8689. That's 605-882-8689.
Pizza Ranch and Fun Zone Arcade on 41st Street in Sioux Falls offers a daily buffet featuring a variety of pizza choices, salad bar, and chicken. Pizza Ranch has a spacious dining room as well as 8 party rooms that fit different group sizes. Their online menu provides another option for their customers to order from. Pizza Ranch is located across from O'Gorman High School on 41st Street and can be contacted by calling 271-8646. Pizza Ranch is a strong supporter of O'Gorman Knights athletics and activities.
At Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal, we are guided by one simple principle. We do what we say we're going to do. We believe in ensuring our customers are happy with the work we deliver. Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal was established in Sioux Falls in 1981 and has been involved with installing more than 100 million square feet of commercial roofing across the Midwest. We have worked on businesses including schools, universities, hospitals, churches, and factories. For more information, we can be reached at 605-331-5121 or online at guaranteeroofingsd.com.
From the Real Presence Radio Network, welcome to the O'Gorman Knights Halftime Show. Brought to you by your Knights of Columbus field agents for the Sioux Falls area, Jeff Gillen and Phil Carlson.
Welcome back to O'Gorman High School. Lady Knights lead the Mitchell Colonels 31-8 at the end of the first half. The Knights outscored the Colonels 19-0 in that second quarter.
Yeah, for Mitchell, they haven't scored since about a couple of minutes left in the first quarter, so they've kind of been on a drought, and a lot of it has to do with turnovers. Obviously, they've had trouble with the O'Gorman press, and we had a little bit of a scare if you're just tuning in, folks. Molly Abdouche went down in that second quarter holding her knee, but then about 2 or 3 minutes later, she came back and came in. First possession, hit a three, and seems fine. So,
yeah,
which is the best news of the game.
Exactly.
That did not look good. Kind of like, as Isaac mentioned, more of a non-contact thing when she went down.
Yeah, and just kind of stepped awkwardly and landed a little bit and laid on the ground for a few moments, and everything was kind of quiet in the gym. And then she comes back in and hit the three and is back to the normal Molly that we're used to seeing this year.
Kind of reminded me of the Radley Mooney injury a little bit against Washington, where he kind of was more of a non-contact step wrong, in which he actually had an ACL. So anyway, Molly was back, which is good news. Hannah Ronsick, the senior, had 13 points. Hannah Friedman also at senior night. Isaac, and we have a little bit of time to talk about this now. Is kind of what's senior night like being a former O'Gorman basketball player?
Senior night's always a really exciting night, especially when you're able to involve the family members, and sometimes you'll have some extra family members traveling in to the Sioux Falls area, to watch your final game at home, final regular season game at home anyway. But you just get the special treatment from everyone around the community where they recognize everything that you've done for O'Gorman basketball over the past few seasons.
So the Knights up 31-8 right now, and as we mentioned, they play Huron tomorrow afternoon at the old Huron Arena. So that'll be kind of a fun, quick turnaround game for them. And then obviously a week from today is the Sodak 16. I was talking about how fast this basketball season goes. I feel like we were just here for the Brandon Valley home opener back in December, and now we're at the end of the season. In the second half, Isaac, what do you think Coach was telling the girls right now? As a coach, what does he want to see from them in the second half?
He wants to see them probably play a really clean second half where they're able to just continue to play Knights basketball. Obviously, with a big lead right now, taking care of possessions and converting on the offensive end. And, they're playing tremendous defense right now. Probably going to take the press off a little bit late in the third quarter to fourth quarter if it continues to expand on the lead. But as of right now, if they're just able to continue to push the ball up and down the floor and play their style of basketball, that's what Coach Colzer is talking about in the locker room right now. Stay us, continue to improve. Don't get too far ahead. We got to focus on this one right now and just play to help us prepare for the rest of the season.
Absolutely. We have the little, I have to use our Dakota Spirit little
Dakota
girls
Spirit. Yep.
Out there. Really cute out on the floor right now. You can watch it on the video stream, Real Presence Radio Sioux Falls. Isaac and I are going to take a break or come back. We'll have our Inside O'Gorman segment coming up after the commercial break. All night so far, 31-8 over the Mitchell Colonels.
Sioux Equipment Company can fix, sell, and repair gas pumps, tanks, and air compressors. They offer sales and services for lifts, signs, decals, and tank truck equipment in Sioux Falls and the surrounding areas. Sioux Equipment Company is located at 1310 East 39th Street in Sioux Falls, just off of East Benson Road. They can be reached by calling 605-334-1653. Again, that number is 605-334-1653.
Pre-planning a funeral is a wonderful gift for families. I'm David Lewis of Barnett Lewis Funeral Home, a family-owned and operated service to the community. Our goal is to make arrangements with families comfortable when they decide what their wishes are for funeral services. I will listen to all needs and offer choices for funeral arrangements and make sure all questions are answered. Barnett Lewis Funeral Home can be contacted at 336-0707 or by going to barnettlewis.com.
All right, folks, welcome back to O'Gorman High School. This is Brett Byler at the Real Presence Radio Network. We want to thank our friends on Pure Oldies 103.5 FM in Mitchell for tuning in tonight as well. So this is also our Inside O'Gorman segment. It's state wrestling time right now over at the Denny Sanford Premier Center. That tournament started off on yesterday, actually. It's going today, and then the conclusion will be tomorrow for state wrestling. O'Gorman had 3 boys wrestlers go to state meet this year, and at 113, Holden Height, a 9th grader. He was 30-23 on the season. At 145 is Keenan Sheridan, another freshman, 44-10 at 145. And at 170, senior Carson Holt, 38-12. And then the girls, they actually had 2 girls this year going. Riley Buss, 11th grader, and Avalon at 132, and Avalon Brenner at 142, another 11th grader as well. And I haven't got any updates. I wish I had some results of how the kids have done. I've been looking on social media today, haven't seen anything. So if you're watching this right now and have any updates of the O'Gorman boys or girls wrestlers, just right up on the YouTube stream and let us know. I'd love to give them a shout out. I was here all day Saturday, actually. Last week watching the region meet, was here at O'Gorman as well. So I got to watch that from about 10 to 6 o'clock. And one of the wrestlers, I think Isaac's pretty aware of him as a freshman, was Keenan Sheridan. Isaac, did you coach Keenan in football, didn't you? Oh, got to turn you up. There we go. Turn you up a little bit.
I did, yes. Back in, let's see here, 2019. Yes, 2019. He was a 7th grader with me. He was our second-string quarterback. He played strong safety for us. But, yeah, he was a fantastic athlete, and I've kind of followed him around in the wrestling world and kind of watched through Twitter and watched a couple of his matches on the live stream, especially last year when he competed in the state meet as well. But fantastic young man, and a really young man to be having such good success early on in his wrestling career, with much more to come.
Yeah, so again, congratulations to Coach Matt Lynch, and then the wrestlers Holden Height, Keenan Sheridan, Carson Holt, Riley Buss, and Avalon Brenner. Good luck to all those 5 individuals. So Inside O'Gorman has been brought to you by the Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools. Our 6 elementary schools and high school exemplify gospel values, strong student achievement, and community service. Our schools try to have excellence where it counts in faith, academics, in our community, and in the opportunities offered to our students. Visit ognights.org to schedule a tour. We'll take a commercial break, come back for the start of the second half here at O'Gorman High School.
Real Presence Radio will be broadcasting an estimated 42 Sioux Falls O'Gorman girls and boys basketball games from the middle of December 2021 to the middle of March 2022. Tune into the RPR network on 94.5 FM Sioux Falls, 91.3 FM Hartford, online at realpresenceradio.com, on our free mobile app, and on YouTube at Real Presence Radio Sioux Falls. If your business would like to sponsor our O'Gorman basketball broadcast, contact me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333.
Upon graduation from O'Gorman High School, you will receive far more than a diploma. You get the values of a Catholic education, the support and reach of thousands of alum from across the country, the knowledge that you can become who you were meant to be, and our community will be right there by your side. You belong in blue. O'Gorman High School.
Welcome back to O'Gorman High School as we get ready for second half action underway, and I'm going to swing the play-by-play over to our producer and extraordinaire, Brett Byler.
All right, thanks, Isaac. The Mitchell Colonels start with the first possession of the third quarter. And we have the same starters to start the game as Rick Lynch eloquently stated over the PA. Here is Sawyer Stamner all the way at the left-handed layup. The Colonels are on the board.
Nice take to the hole there by Stabner to be able to finish with the left hand through the contact as well. Just tremendous ability from Sawyer Stabner.
Here is Freeman from outside is good. I don't remember her hitting many of those shots last year, Isaac. Looks like she's kind of expanded her range a little bit her senior season.
Absolutely, and a little bit more confidence, especially on a night like tonight, to prove that you've got that shot out there from that area on the floor, and I think that she's happy to see that one go through the net.
So Ronsick with the home run pass to Bergen Riley for the basket. And that's the one thing about this O'Gorman team is all 5 of those girls can really run. So you might think of a post player plodding up the court. None of these girls, they're all going to be right up there. Freeman with the steal.
And a foul is going to be called on, let's see who they give it to. Number 11, so that was going to go to Larson.
Giblin.
Giblin. Flipped over my script there.
So here's Molly Abdush with it for the Knights. Mitchell is in an extended, let's see, kind of a matchup zone it looks like. Shot is no good that time by Kira Metley. 35-10, that's the correct score right now. Knights leading Mitchell with 6:24 left here in the second quarter. Colonels are 9-10 on the season. They started off slow, Isaac. They had like a 7 or 8 game winning streak, and then they've now on a 4-game losing streak. So here is the Colonels with it. There's a turnover, and Metley is fouled. So it'll be O'Gorman ball. We have a new Colonel coming into the ball game for the first time now. Is Addie Seamson, a 8th grader.
Sorry,
comes Abdush over to Ronsick for 3, no good.
Sorry, the mic is super touchy right now. Has to be in like the exact perfect position in order to. There we go. Oh, that pass thrown away there from the Colonels.
Seamson's only about 5'6". She needed to be about 6'6" to catch that one.
Yeah. So Abdush will push it across half court here. The Knights with their largest lead of the night at 25.
Good cut by Ronsick. Down low.
High-low pass and traffic was actually still in the way, and now a jump ball will keep it right here with the Knights.
Good idea, but there's so little spacing, in a play like that. Those are tough passes to complete with a lot of hands in the middle there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a tough pass to sneak into anywhere, especially when there's a sea of hands, not the Oakland Raiders style, but the sea of hands here.
Here's Metley using her strength and banks it in from about 3 feet away. So Kira has 7, 37-10 O'Gorman. She hits that one away. Here is Van Overshield now. Back to Stabner. Did a little pirouette over to Siebert. A high arcing 3 is long. Rebound by Bergen.
Ronsick, nice pass. Even was tipped into the hands of Abdush. Couldn't get it. And then Friedman goes back up for it. And she'll head to the line for 2 free throws.
So you always got to be hustling. I'm sure you tell your kids as a coach that all the time, because you can never assume a layup's going to be made. You could always be that trailer and get that offensive rebound.
Yeah, the better you run the floor, the more opportunities you're going to have to get those follow-up points.
So Freeman drills the free throw. The senior has 5.
I can't help but laugh at some of these signs that some of these fans are holding up of, especially Hannah. A couple of signs of her with some goofy faces, if you will.
So she makes. Ooh, I see a few of them over there.
Yeah.
Those are the.
The rest of the Freedmans over there supporting those. Coach Shannon Poppinga sitting down over on the left side here by the student section. That might be the first time I've seen Shannon at a basketball game.
I wonder if we had Shannon and Jason go, I don't know if either one of them ever played much basketball. If those two went one in basketball, who would win that?
Shannon.
Have you seen Jason play basketball?
Shannon did play basketball. I think they both played basketball, if I remember correctly, and I'm pretty sure Shannon was number 1 or something in Harrisburg's history in steals.
Oh.
I got to look again or something. There was something there, but Shannon was a good basketball player, and Jason was pretty good as well, but just Shannon, I think, a little bit bulkier and quicker, might be able to dominate a one-on-one style basketball game.
There's a 3 by Seabird by Mitchell, and there's a foul by Melly going to the basket. I don't know, though, Isaac. I see Jason's working out quite a bit in this weight room back here, so I don't know if he's working out tonight, but I see him a lot. So Melly's been living at the free throw line tonight. First free throw's up and good. I think it was the O'Gorman. Was it the O'Gorman Formal Sunday, Isaac?
Yes, the O'Gorman Formal was Sunday night, so some nice dancing for some of these girls and guys down on the floor tonight. We're performing some killer dance moves on the floor, I'm sure.
Not as killer as you had back in your day, right, Isaac?
Well, I mean, obviously I was, cutting up a rug everywhere I went, but
I'm sure your dad was back in his day.
I don't know if I'll give him that much credit.
Here is Stavener, breaks the press by herself, gets to the Siebert.
Nice hesitation move up top of the key as a foul will be called on the Lady Knights.
Boy, Sawyer saved her. She's a fun player, only about 5'9", but a sophomore. Fun to see her the next 2 years and kind of where her college endeavors might lead her. Because I feel like she has the athleticism. It's just where she plays will be the question. And big improvements freshman year to sophomore. That's what you always like to see in players. Each year getting better. Toning your craft a little bit, so to speak. Mitchell is kind of passing around the perimeter now.
Nice steal.
Stolen by Ronsick.
Oh, and then it was poked away, and Ronsick isn't able to save it before it goes out of bounds.
Sorry about that, folks. Camera guy kind of fell asleep there. Doing double duty, but no Dan Johnson, folks, tonight. He'll be back on Sodak 16 time, we believe.
Nice steal by Abdul. Oh, my goodness. Tight rope in the sideline over there, and I just fear that the knee's going to flop over there when she was that close and trying to save herself on the sideline.
Well, and with the benches, literally, she almost stepped right on Coach Knipley's feet. Yeah. That's where it gets dangerous.
That's where you get ankles, too. Anybody, she left her feet, and when she landed, she was about a good half of a foot away from landing on a couple of different feet over there. A lot of feet just being talked about there.
Here is and Van Overshield and all kinds of issues catching it. Recovers it. 8 seconds left now. Here is Stabner. I don't know if they realize it. Stabner dribbles in. Shot is good by Sawyer Stabner. She has 9. Mitchell now has 15. It's 41-15 Knights. 3 minutes left here in the third quarter from Gorman High School.
So Friedman with it. Swings it over to Abdush. Triple from the back of the iron. No good. Okay, I got a hilarious update for you here from Coach Jason Poppinga.
We do have a wrestling update. This was actually Avalon Brenner is 7th, Riley Buss is 6th, Carson Holt is 6th, and Keenan Sheridan is 7th. Thank you very much. That was our Inside O'Gorman segment. I finally got the results.
So, hilarious text message here from Coach Jason Poppinga. He says, Shannon is one of the top scorers in Harrisburg basketball history. And then he jokingly says, I sat behind him in all sports. Obviously, Shannon played semi-pro football, college baseball, and track. So, really no comparison. No, you're not giving yourself enough
credit.
Being
so modest, Coach Poppinga.
No, but
Jason.
I would say that maybe Jason, more mentally on the side of the sporting events. You never know.
There is Ronsick with a layup, and she fouled, Isaac?
Yeah, an M1 underneath the basket. Kind of a late call.
Yeah. Not a lot of contact there, but we'll take it. Thank you to Michelle Bruns for bringing those wrestling results over to me. She does a terrific job with her pitchers. So Ronsick now to 15 points, right around her season average, is about 17. Senior's free throw is good. Colorado State commit.
Yep, so Ronzik knocks down the free throw, and now the lead's up to 44-15.
She'll be playing for Ryan Williams, who was the USD women's coach when I went to college at USD.
Oh, man, they can't call a block on that. Peyton Peterson going to get charged with the foul here. I just don't see the block. I mean, if anything, it's a charge or a no call there. You know, contact was initiated on the opposite way, but...
You got some little guys up here that know you,
Yeah,
Isaac?
so this is my younger brother in the O'Gorman hat, but also my cousin Sam. Another great struck from, he reigns from Des Moines, Iowa. So
an Iowa person.
Yeah, came from Des Moines. So we have to teach him a thing or two about quality basketball with shot clocks and whatnot. But
hey, Iowa's finally getting the shot clock next year. It took him forever. Stabner misses the short lefty shot.
Yeah, so Sam, I believe, is a 4th or 5th grader at Des Moines Christian.
Okay.
In the Des Moines area.
Ooh, Sawyer Stater with a nice steal. She came out of nowhere. This is like Shannon Poppy playing defensive back in his day, and she goes all the way for a left-handed layup. 11 for Stabner.
Nice pass inside as Friedman was fouled, and she'll head to the line for 2 free throws.
If you look around the state right now, we may have Isaac at some point look at the scoreboard update, but I think most of these, ours is the first game tonight. The Huron girls are playing at Brandon Valley right now. And all the other ones are still either 7 o'clock our time or basically 7:30 our time, 6:30 Mountain. So a lot of games up in Rapid City with Washington and Lincoln both up and Yankton all up in Rapid City this weekend. So Friedman makes the first free throw.
That Stevens-Washington game should be a really fun one out west for that girls matchup. As well as I'm kind of intrigued by that Sioux Falls-Jefferson Aberdeen Central game.
That's boys
basketball.
Yeah.
Yep. And Jefferson, dropped 2 over the last weekend to Lincoln and to Washington, and slipped to 11-8. But Aberdeen Central's been making a little bit of noise in the later stretch of this season. Really interested to see how Aberdeen handles the Sioux Falls opponent on the road again this weekend.
Ooh,
oh, man.
Kira Melly swats that.
Get that out of here.
All Seaver could do was clap and smile. That was a great block by Kira.
The best part is if she would have added the Mutombo finger wave. But
I wonder what Kira's wingspan is. She is long. About 6'1", I think, Ashel's size. You add those arms.
Ooh.
Almost a travel by Howard. She kind of stumbled backwards, almost into the Mitchell bench. 3 on the shot clock. Stabner's runner is...
Nice shot by Stabner. One-footed floater, ran around the rim and stuck it in. Turnaround shot by Riley, no good. A little bit of contact.
I think Bergen kind of anticipated a little bit of the contact before it happened. It altered her shot. So now Mitchell, who has scored now 11 points here in this quarter after having only 8 in the first half.
Yeah, and 0 in that second quarter. That 3-point shot, no good.
So Van Overshiel is long. So here comes Abdush.
A good crowd filling in here at O'Gorman High School. The O'Gorman side completely full right now, and Mitchell has kind of packed their own side of things as well. I'm going to call an offensive foul here on Mentley, who left her feet. The knee to the chest of the defender. But, yeah, I mean, a good crowd on hand here. And I expect more to fill in probably for that boys game as well, as you've still probably got some boys' parents traveling on their way over here as well.
We always had a little bit of a Keeter start here at O'Gorman, meaning if it says 6 on the actual schedule, it's more likely to be about 5:50 for a tip-off. So
yeah, and and then, with the way he runs things as well, then that boys tip-off, which is originally scheduled for 8 o'clock, will probably start at 7:25.
Here is Mitchell. Let's see what they can do, maybe having the last possession if they don't turn it over here. No shot clock, 10 on the game clock. Van Overshiel will pull it back out. She needs to be going forward. She's going backwards. Now dribbles in. Over to... and that's thrown away. So she's
smart play by Mentley to not touch that before it went out of bounds. She was going to try to catch it and hoist it from half court. Instead, let it trickle out of bounds. And now there's 1.9 on the clock, and we'll probably either just have a heave from Abdush here at the half-court line.
Throw it down to Kira down here. Oh, they didn't do that.
So Molly, half-court shot off the back of the iron, no good. That was a good look from Molly Abdush, and that'll end the quarter. 46-19, Lady Knights on top of the Mitchell Colonels here. Stay tuned for the fourth quarter on Real Presence Radio Network.
J&J Caseworks and Closets and More is a proud sponsor of the O'Gorman Knights. Following the same rich, winning tradition, family, and Christian values, J&J Caseworks strives to create a work environment to call home. Family owned and operated, J&J Caseworks has several full-time positions available. Our team members pursue career goals, learn new skills, and get the recognition they deserve. To set up an appointment, J&J Caseworks can be reached at 605-332-0805 or email jobs@jmjcaseworks.com. Go Knights!
At Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal, we are guided by one simple principle. We do what we say we're going to do. We believe in ensuring our customers are happy with the work we deliver. Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal was established in Sioux Falls in 1981 and has been involved with installing more than 100 million square feet of commercial roofing across the Midwest. We have worked on businesses including schools, universities, hospitals, churches, and factories. For more information, we can be reached at 605-331-5121 or online at guaranteeroofingsd.com.
Welcome back to O'Gorman High School here as we get ready for fourth quarter action in the play-by-play from our very own Brett Byler.
All right, thanks, Isaac. Mitchell had a little bit better third quarter for them after we mentioned they went scoreless in the second quarter. Had a scoring burst, scoring 11 points in the third quarter. It's now 46-19. Here is Christensen back out to Seamson, to Siebert. Seamson, just an 8th grader out there. Here is Mitchell with 6 on the shot clock. Got to hurry. Giblin to Seamson. Back to Giblin, who will just heave it short. As Coach Knipling is telling the 8th grader, kind of got to realize that shot clock, which, you know,
a
lot to process when you're that young out there in the varsity court.
Yeah, the game just moves a little bit quicker than what you're used to, and especially in an environment like this. As Ronzik's 3 is no good. Nice board by Friedman. Abdush kicks it right back to Ronzik. Same spot, second try.
Oh, no good.
Same spot of the iron.
And Bergen Riley runs that one down. Let's see if Hannah can make it a trifecta. But Molly Abdush will hit the 3. So Molly with 6 points. A quiet scoring night for her. Not needed, though, tonight by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah. Especially, we're just happy to see that she's back out on the floor after what transpired there in the second quarter.
So here is Mitchell with the ball. Christensen, a wild 3 no good. Kira catches that one, leads to the break. Here's Ronzik.
She'll slow things down a little bit. Oh, and call an offensive foul. I just don't like that call. That's the flop warning of in college basketball nowadays.
So Coach Jason Poppy, if you're still listening, I can't remember, about 4 or 5 years ago, I was bowling with some friends of mine, and Jason and Shannon were both bowling there. I think Jason's wife was with him. And, Coach, are you a better bowler than your brother? Is that a sport you can beat Shannon in? Here is that might not require as much skill as, say, football or basketball. Here it is.
Or could it require more skill and less athleticism? You never know.
Oh, good point,
You think about it. I feel like golf and bowling and tennis require a lot of skill, not as much athleticism necessarily. But
golf, definitely. I'm terrible at golf.
I like getting out on the course every once in a while.
I'll be your caddy, Isaac.
There you go.
Don't make me swing the club. I'll carry your club. Here is the Colonels
be
now.
Careful, otherwise it might end up like Happy Gilmore, and I'll slam you into the ground and break a rake over your back or something.
So there's the second straight shot clock violation by the Colonels. That was an air ball on the 3. So, Isaac, I was going through Twitter last night, and I saw a post you made with your dad shoveling snow in his shorts. Is he trying to be a tough guy, or is he just weird, or what's going on with him?
I don't know the last time that I've seen my dad not wearing shorts in the winter. Obviously, he wears, jeans or whatever, but if it's like, I don't think he owns many pairs of sweatpants. It's always shorts around the house. He's a gym teacher, so naturally he wears shorts in his gym all day. But yesterday I'm driving home and I'm grabbing something from the house and heading right back. It was when I was coaching, and here's Mark Struck outside, shoveling snow in his shorts, but a stocking cap and a coat.
Yes.
So he kept the upper body warm, but the legs, I guess, didn't have as much value to him at that time.
I think they classify that term as middle-aged and crazy.
Yep.
Here is Van Overshield, an air ball after the Ronzik make. Here comes Abdush. Ooh, threads the needle to Ronzik.
Nice pass from Abdush to Ronzik.
21 for Ronzik. You wonder how long some of these, starters for Coach Colger are going to stay in this ball game with Huron tomorrow afternoon in the short turnaround.
You'll probably get a senior salute here to Ronzik and to Friedman. That might be the last time they take the floor for their regular season here.
So 21 points for Ronzik. Friedman leaves with 8 points. I do love those signs in the crowd.
Those are great.
Hannah's dad, Randy, has one sign.
Yeah.
Here is Stavener down low. Ooh, that was a really nice look, but Christensen wasn't either ready or just kind of had it throw through her fingers. Got some new Knights coming in. Wanga Coy, Peyton Peterson, Claire Benson.
So now the starters will all exit.
Karsten Schlimgen and Lucy Moore are in.
4:41 left here in the fourth quarter, so some good amount of minutes here that these girls will be getting. At least a couple of minutes before they empty the bench even more.
Van Overshield's three's no good. Schlimgen with the rebound.
Nice rebound by Schlimgen. She'll push it down the right side of the floor. Got that knee brace on the right knee. Swings it over to Peterson.
So this could be a look at quite a few varsity players next year, folks, here in this last 4:41. So get a good look at them. Here is Schlimgen for three is short.
Oh, that ball winds up into the hands of Mitchell. Played a little patty cake back and forth there.
Stavener is fouled as she put on the speed, put on the turbo on the controller if you're playing Madden. She's fouled by Claire Benson.
Holding down the RT button there.
What's the first Madden game you ever played, Mr. Struck? Since you're
laugh.
a lot younger than I am.
You're actually going to laugh about this, but the first Madden game I played was actually Madden 01. My dad had it on the PC, so like way back on the Windows
yes.
white box computer. They had the Madden 01, and it was, I think Eddie George was on the cover or something. I don't know. It was like some throwback.
Yeah, it could have been, actually.
I got to think about who was on the cover, but anyway, it was just a hilarious game, and my favorite part of the whole game was they had these weird like arena football teams in it too, and whenever you played, if there was about once a game where someone would be injured, and maybe once a game or once every 2 games an ambulance would drive on the field and pick up the player and drive them off, which just never occurs in a game ever again these days. But I just always thought that was a hilarious moment in the game. Was all of a sudden it would, the screen would light up blue and red, and then an ambulance would drive out of the locker room area and pick up a player on the field. So
anyway, back to the action. Try to have fun here, folks. It's 54-19, so all reserves in at the moment. Here is Dagan with her clear mass, dribbles in, rejected on Wyke's shot by Lucy Moore. Another shot. That might be a record. I think that's the 3rd shot clock violation for Mitchell here in this 4th quarter. We're only at about not even a little past the halfway mark.
Nice high-low pass from Schlimgen.
Oh, Coy misses.
Couldn't get that shot to fly.
I had Madden 97 on my Super Nintendo, Isaac.
The Madden game that I played the second most was Madden 07 with Sean Alexander on the cover, the old Seahawks running back. And then I really got into Madden when it was like the 2010 through current day. I'll still play some of those Madden games as well, but they ain't what they used to be. They're not as good anymore.
Here is a 3-point attempt by Mitchell, number 4. Halverson, no good.
Nice offensive board.
Dagan with it, back to Halverson. Over to Hofer, to Wyke. Good defense by Peterson all over her. Ooh. Wyke just turned around just in the nick of time, too. I don't think she was expecting that pass. Peterson with the steal and the foul. In the NBA, that would have been the clear path, but they don't do that in high school.
Yep. So that'll actually send Peterson to the line for a 1-and-1. Peterson, frustrated that the foul was called, wanted the open layup.
Yeah, want the layup. Easier, too, than the free throw. So Cecily Bruns is in the game as well as Kenny Rentz. So Rentz
come in for Moore and Benson.
Again, the boys game to follow, folks, so don't go away. We have the big boys matchup between the 16-2 Knights and the 13-6 Colonels. The Colonel boys have been in the top 5 pretty much all season long, except now they have it this week, which I feel like
just slipped out of the rankings this week after they dropped that game to Stevens.
Ooh, that's a hierarchy free throw, no good.
On a buzzer beater 3 at the Corn Palace.
I think by Jaden Hayes was the one who made it too for Stevens, excuse me. Yeah, Stevens got a couple of nice wins last weekend. They host Washington tonight. Washington got a close win over Lincoln, a game they almost blew in the last minute. I was watching that game on YouTube Tuesday night. Oh my gosh, Washington did everything you do not want to do, holding a lead in the last minute of that game.
Yeah, that was an interesting watch. I saw that one as well. And
Whitney had a three-pointer at the buzzer that actually would have wanted a decent look. That
it was a decent look. And Washington, they're a team that towards the end of the season here has really started to pile on a couple of good wins on their resume, and a team that I think that shot was partially blocked, and now it's going to go out of bounds off the Lady Knights. It was Schlimgen who tried to get the shot to fall, had it partially deflected. But a team like Washington, who at the beginning of the season was banged up a little bit and didn't have Acott in there at the beginning of the season, and now he's come back and they've strung together a couple of wins. So that's a dangerous team that you don't want to play come state tournament time. I don't think anybody is a team that you necessarily want to play in those top 8 teams right now in the state.
That ball's knocked out of bounds.
And now Tyla Mooney and Lizzie Catman come in.
There you go. They're not even on my varsity roster. So I'm
coached those girls.
I'm glad you're here.
Yes, coached those girls. They're freshmen. Coached those girls 2 years ago in 7th grade.
Shot is blocked. Mooney gets a not a great pass stolen away. Some high dribbling by Wyke.
Tough 2 is good.
So Allison Myrink with the basket, the sophomore. So Mitchell's above 20 now at 21 points. They want Cecily Bruns to get a shot.
Catman's shot no good. No offensive board.
Let's see if Mitchell can get another basket here. Here's Myrink.
Nice drive inside. They're going to call a foul. So Myrink will head to the line for 2 free throws.
Always fun as a sophomore if you don't play a lot to get your name in the old box score afterwards. Especially if you have a basket.
Yeah.
Don't want to do the old, I think it was the Tony Schnell box score. He had like 28 minutes, 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists. He was like 0 for 0 shooting. It's like one of the funniest box scores I've ever seen. So the first free throw is no good.
That free throw no good.
I don't know how you can't produce in 28 minutes any stats.
Yeah.
But almost a travel by Mooney.
Catman off the dribble, up top to Reitz. Swings it over to Bruns, inside to Mooney. Mooney's fouled. She'll actually head to the free throw line now for a 1-and-1 with the clock stopped.
The younger sister of Radley, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And there's one more coming up. Currently have him in 8th grade, Tayton Mooney. Very similar play style to Rad. I want to give a shout out to my 8th grade boys that are the A-team 6-1 heading into the final 3 games of the season here.
Oh, nice.
Only loss on the season was the Sioux Falls Christian. And that was a game that we wish we could have back.
So Mooney makes both free throws. 56-21 O'Gorman, 7 seconds left here. Oh, off the foot. So
3 seconds to go as Mitchell will probably just inbound it and let the clock run out. Give us a heave here.
Yeah, let's give a little heave. There it is.
Oh! Nearly goes at the horn, and that'll do it here from O'Gorman High School. The Lady Knights 56, the Colonels 21. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, it'll be the Knights Game Day show for the boys game, which is up next here on Real Presence Radio Network.
Did you know you can listen to the RPR Network when you're on the go? Just search for Real Presence Radio in your app store. Listen live to any station across the network at any time, so you can stay connected to your local community from wherever you are. Plus, if you miss a program, the Real Presence Radio app is your one-stop shop for local and national podcasts, including our signature show, Real Presence Live. The Real Presence Radio app, with you every step of your faith journey. Download it today and see what you've been missing.
Upon graduation from O'Gorman High School, you will receive far more than a diploma. You get the values of a Catholic education, the support and reach of thousands of alum from across the country, the knowledge that you can become who you were meant to be, and our community will be right there by your side. You belong in blue. O'Gorman High School.
You're listening to a special presentation from the Real Presence Radio Network. On Real Presence Radio, welcome to the Knights Game Day Show, sponsored by Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal.
And welcome back to O'Gorman High School in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. It's now time for the number 2 O'Gorman Knights boys, 16-2 winners of 6 in a row. First, the visitors, the Mitchell Colonels, at 13-6. Hi, I'm Brett Byler along with Isaac Struck. This is Real Presence Radio's coverage of O'Gorman boys basketball. O'Gorman boys currently sit number 2 in C points with Mitchell number 5. Mitchell, Isaac, they are a tough matchup to draw here. They have a balance with shooting outside of their feature scorer, Caden Hinker, who brings size and the ability to score a lot to the table. Talk about, Isaac, what's O'Gorman's defensive game plan got to be tonight against a Mitchell team that scores about 64 points a game and 21 from Hinker?
You know, they're going to really have to guard Hinker, and they're going to have to make him spread the wealth a little bit. You're going to live with some of those role players making a couple of shots, but you got to make sure that you're pressuring Hinker and trying to get the ball flooded out of his hands, because once he gets his back kind of to the basket in that low post area, he can either beat you off the dribble into the paint, or he can hit that step back fadeaway, kind of like a little Dirk Nowitzki style jump shot. And he's also a dynamic player that can score from outside as well. A large player, a long, skinny, athletic player that really can provide a lot of scoring for the Colonels.
And David Alpers will be his matchup, and Hinker's going to Augustana. Big couple of games here for the O'Gorman boys, Isaac, to close out the regular season tonight. Mitchell tomorrow and Huron. How important is this weekend for O'Gorman with the Sodak 16 looming large next Saturday?
You know, it's a really important weekend, especially to get, finally get those kinks, some of those last little minute kinks out here before they head into that Sodak 16. They're going to be hosting a game at home. They're playing their last home game here in the regular season against a really high-quality opponent. And then they go down against a little bit of a down team in Huron, but a team that they could see in that very next weekend again against the Colonels. So it's important, against the Tigers. So it's important to make sure that they treat these next 2 games with a lot of purpose and play hard O'Gorman Knights basketball.
And real quick, Isaac, tonight is senior night. What does that mean for so many families, fans, and most importantly, players?
It's a big night here, especially at O'Gorman. You have a really good community here that watches these games and provides a lot of input in the community and support from all around. And to be recognized as one of those players that put in a lot of hard work and dedication over the 6 years, including junior high and high school, that you're playing for the O'Gorman Knights. And it's a special night here. You get honored and recognized by everyone in the crowd.
All right, thanks a lot, Isaac. We're going to take a commercial break. We'll come back. We'll hear from first-year Mitchell coach Riker Kreitzfeld, and that is coming up after the break.
Is there an event that you would like announced right here on the RPR network? Please email the details at least 2 weeks in advance to heather@realpresenceradio.com. That's HEATHER@realpresenceradio.com. We can help spread the word about what's happening at your parish and in your diocese. Again, that email address is heather@realpresenceradio.com.
With great joy, we announce that as of February 11th, Catholic Family Services has officially been renamed the Lourdes Center. The healing water that flows from the small grotto in Lourdes, France, has become a conduit of hope and healing to the world. We've experienced a deep call to step more boldly into God's work of offering hope and healing through counseling, programs, and education. In responding to this call, we are delighted to come under the patronage of Our Lady of Lourdes, through whom Christ has revealed his immense power to heal. Learn more at thelourdescenter.com.
Welcome back to the Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal Knights Game Day Show. I'm now joined by Mitchell boys basketball coach Riker Kreitzfeld. Coach, your boys defeated Brandon Valley 59-46 at the Corn Palace Tuesday night. What did your team do well in that game to get the 13-point win?
We've been talking a lot about how we start games, and it hasn't been very good. It wasn't very good against the Rapid schools, against some of the Sioux Falls schools. We just didn't get off to a good start. That was kind of our focus for those first 3-4 minutes, and we were just really good defensively in those minutes. Our guys were where we needed to be. We didn't have guys trying to make hero plays on either end of the floor. So we were just a lot more solid, and proud of them for that for sure.
And now tonight, Coach, your boys play at number 2 Sioux Falls O'Gorman, a team that's 16-2 on the season on a 6-game win streak. What are your biggest areas of concern going into that O'Gorman game?
They're really good. We've watched O'Gorman in person a few times, and you kind of try to find flaws, but they're not really very flawed because they're just extremely good defensively, and then they have just enough offense to, win every game that they should. They offensive rebound it really hard as well. David Alpers is just a beast down there, and then obviously Matt makes everything the kid looks at. It's going to be a really tough test, but our guys are excited. The most important thing is we're going to have to master physicality because they're extremely physical. They play extremely hard. I feel like some of these games that it's been close down the stretch with O'Gorman, they end up winning because they just outwork who they're playing. That's going to be where we need to start. We need to work as hard as they do, and hopefully we can stay in the game.
For your team, Coach, has success against O'Gorman tonight, how important will be the play in the paint and then the rebounding?
Extremely. One is going to be trying to take away their play in the paint because, like I said, David Alpers is just extremely good, extremely physical. He makes every layup you give him. But rebounding is going to be extremely important because they got 4 guys out there all the time who are big, who are going to go rebound it hard. If we can keep them off the offensive glass, that would be a good start. That's not an easy thing to do, but I think we've been working on it, and hopefully we can excel in that tonight.
Finally, Coach, on your offensive end, what does your team need to do to have success against a long, athletic Knights defense?
Well, we're going to have to get the ball to multiple sides of the floor. We've kind of learned through the year when we just come down and the ball doesn't leave one side of the floor, we don't get reversals. We're not very good. And you do that against O'Gorman, then there's just no way you're going to get a good shot. So we're going to have to be really patient, work for the best shot that we can, make them guard us as long as we're able to make them guard us because they don't let teams score over 50 very often. And I'm pretty sure they're going to score over 50 tonight. So we're going to have to execute, get good shots every time, and not settle.
Thank you so much, Coach, for your time, and good luck tonight against Sioux Falls O'Gorman.
Yep, thank you.
And that was Mitchell boys coach Riker Kreitzfeld. Thank you, Coach Kreitzfeld, for your time. Coming after the break, I got a chance to sit down with Coach Derek Roby talking about tonight's game, what the Knights boys need to do to get a win on senior night. That interview is after the commercial break.
The 22nd annual Gift of Hope charity event benefiting the Lourdes Center, formerly known as Catholic Family Services, welcomes contemporary Christian music artist Unspoken, Saturday, March 26th at 7 p.m. at the Bishop O'Gorman Performing Arts Center. Get your tickets online at ccfesd.org or by calling 605-988-3765. Sponsored by Avera and First Premier.
At Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal, we are guided by one simple principle. We do what we say we're going to do. We believe in ensuring our customers are happy with the work we deliver. Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal was established in Sioux Falls in 1981 and has been involved with installing more than 100 million square feet of commercial roofing across the Midwest. We have worked on businesses including schools, universities, hospitals, churches, and factories. For more information, we can be reached at 605-331-5121 or online at guaranteeroofingsd.com.
Coach, tonight will be kind of a special night. It'll be senior night. You have 7 senior boys playing their last home regular season game at O'Gorman. What have those 7 seniors, Coach, meant to you and your program in their 4 years at O'Gorman?
Like I always say, they're part of a unique culture, that's for sure. I always brag about our culture as far as OG Hoops and being second to none. I just love these guys, Think about the year they've had, knock on wood, They've only been beat by, one school so far this year, and that says a lot because our schedule is so doggone competitive, but it's more than the wins and losses here. I'm talking about quality young men. They're just great examples for the youth of our program. They come in each and every practice full tilt. Their leadership, their competitiveness, all that is second to none. So we're going to miss these guys certainly. It's a great crop of young men that certainly have their life in order and have everything in perspective, and they're having a phenomenal year. I'd love to see them be able to play in postseason real deep into the thing, because I think they deserve it.
And coach, our opponent tonight, Mitchell Colonels, they're 5th right now in C points. Another team kind of jockeying for position, 13-6 on the season. Feature Caden Hinker, now a senior, 6'8", came in here as a sophomore, scored over 30 points. We did a really good job against him last year at the Corn Palace. Talk about the game plan defensively, trying to slow down a really great player like Hinker.
Well, and you're right. He's a franchise player. Everything goes through him. You know, he tries to bury his opponent on the block first and try to get a touch there. Mitchell does a really good job of making sure he gets a touch every time down the floor, which he should, because, like I said, he's a franchise guy. He's had a great career. I think he's up to like 6 all-time in South Dakota in AA as far as scoring. So that says a lot right there. You know, he's having a great senior campaign, and he'll be a handful, to say the least. We'll put David Alpers on him right away, but we're going to give a couple people kind of a nod on him and see what happens. Everything centers through Caden, and we know that. I think everybody knows that, and I think they've shown that throughout the season, that they're really, really good. You know, congratulations to the Colonels. You know, they won the ESD, and they're having a great year. We'll see what happens tonight.
And Coach, how important will it be for us to kind of get off to a quick start playing in front of our home crowd tonight? It should be a big crowd. I know we went up there last year at the Corn Palace and had that terrific first quarter and just kind of buried them right away. How important will that be tonight?
I think it'll be big again. We took them right out of the game last year at their place. You're right. You know, our perimeter play was just phenomenal. Hit some big shots, and tonight would be no different. We want to try to get them thinking, well, here it goes again. But they're a really good team, and they're coming in here to try to beat a Sioux Falls school. We understand the competitiveness that we're up against, but we'll do whatever we can to see if we can't put on a good show tonight.
Finally, Coach, on our offensive end against Mitchell tonight, what will be some keys to be effective throughout the game against them?
I think we have to be patient. You know, I watched film a couple times on Mitchell, and, you know, they're just system defense guys. You know, they don't do anything out of the ordinary. They even come out at times and, you know, give you an opportunity to shoot it, and we have to be patient there. We can't just shoot every time we get it. We can't be, hey, it's my turn to shoot a 19-footer, or, okay, it's his turn to shoot a 19-footer. Our shot selection has to get and continue to get better throughout the postseason play.
Thanks so much, Coach. Good luck tonight.
Thank you much, Brett.
And that was Coach Derek Roby. I want to thank Coach for his time. Isaac, keys to victory right now for the O'Gorman Knights tonight against Mitchell.
Well, first they got to win the rebounding battle. We will have the size advantage, and out-rebounded them 37-23 last year. We got to get the ball in the paint offensively to David Alpers. He had 30 points and 13 rebounds versus Harrisburg last Tuesday night. Limit the turnovers. We're averaging 14.2 turnovers per game on the season. And we got to get off to a good start, get our crowd into it early. Remember, we outscored Mitchell 17-7 in the first quarter last year at the Corn Palace and really took them out of their own game in the early going. And then we got to make Hinker work for all the points that he can get, and can't give him any easy layups tonight. The keys to victory for the Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights has been brought to you by Closets & More, a locally owned company providing custom design closets and storage solutions. Closets & More can be contacted at 605-334-5135 or online at sdclosetsandmore.com. And our pick-to-click player tonight, Brett, who are you going to take with your pick-to-click?
I'm going to go with Matt Ing tonight. I think Matt will have a big game. A lot of threes for Matt tonight. How about you, Isaac?
I'm going to take John Costello. I think that John's going to be able to have a little bit of an offensive matchup problem for Mitchell. A little bit undersized outside of Hinker, and obviously Hinker will probably be on Alpers, so it'll be interesting to see what Costello will be able to get, maybe some looks from the perimeter tonight for the Knights.
I like that pick, Isaac. And for Mitchell, a player to watch is number 20, Caden Hinker, 6'8" forward, 3-year starter, Augustana commit, averaging about 21 points a game. Tonight's Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights Game Day Show has been brought to you by Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal. Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal is established in Sioux Falls in 1981, has been involved in installing more than 100 million square feet of commercial roofing across the Midwest. For more information, call 605-331-5121 or online at guaranteeroofingsd.com. Coming up next is a Knights Tip-Off Show. Don't go away, folks.
Need repairs on gas pumps, tanks, and air compressors? Sioux Equipment Company can help. They serve Sioux Falls and the surrounding areas. Sioux Equipment Company also offers services for lifts, signs, decals, and tank truck equipment. Sioux Equipment Company at 605-334-1653 is a supporter of O'Gorman Knights athletics and activities.
J&J Caseworks and Closets and More is a proud sponsor of the O'Gorman Knights. Following the same rich, winning tradition, family, and Christian values, J&J Caseworks strives to create a work environment to call home. Family owned and operated, J&J Caseworks has several full-time positions available. Our team members pursue career goals, learn new skills, and get the recognition they deserve. To set up an appointment, J&J Caseworks can be reached at 605-332-0805 or email jobs@jmjcaseworks.com. Go Knights!
On the Real Presence Radio Network, O'Gorman Knights Basketball is on the air. Brought to you by
Catholic Family Services, Catholic Community Foundation of Eastern South Dakota, Jardine Construction, Barnett Vision Clinic, Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools, Sioux Equipment Company, Closets and More and JMJ Caseworks, the BB Agency, Knights of Columbus Insurance, Pizza Ranch and Fun Zone Arcade on 41st Street, Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal, and Barnett Lewis Funeral Home.
Tip-off to tonight's game is just moments away. With all the exciting action of O'Gorman Knights basketball, let's go to the gym.
All right, folks, welcome back to O'Gorman High School. It is senior night tonight, so Rick Litch is on the PA right now if you're watching the video stream, and each of those 7 senior boys and cheerleaders, it looks like, will get honored. But what we're going to do is we're going to start the game off, as we do with every game, with a priest prayer. Father, take it away.
Hello, I'm Father Andy Thuringer, chaplain at Bishop O'Gorman High School. Let's begin in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of life and the gift of this day. We praise you for the gift of our young people, and ask that your Holy Spirit would raise them up as disciples of your Son. Keep all these student athletes safe today, and may everything they do today glorify you. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
All right, thank you, Father. And David Alpers is the first of the seniors announced. We're going to get into the starting lineups now. First, for the number 2 ranked O'Gorman boys at 16-2 on the season, recorded by the boys themselves.
Emmanuel Struck, number 3, 6'3", senior, guard and forward.
Matt Ing, number 5, 6'2", junior, guard.
Rush Landry, number 23, 6'5", senior, guard, forward. John Costello, number 50, 6'5", senior, center forward. David Alpers, number 4, 6'6", senior, center.
And now for our starting lineups for the Mitchell Colonels. They'll start number 3, a guard, Aiden Myers, the 6'1" junior. Number 3, a 6'8" senior, a 3-year starter in Augustana basketball commit. Number 20, Caden Hinker. Number 35, a forward, 6'1" junior, Charlie McCardle. Number 44, a 6'5" junior, Steele Morgan, rounds out their starting 5. Oh, sorry, and I forgot Dylan Solik, the 6'3" junior guard, number 23. The Colonels are coached by Riker Kreitzfeld, who's in his first season in the previous 4 years as the Mitchell Colonels basketball assistant.
And Coach Roby, if you know his history, I'm sure most people do, he's a Mitchell graduate, played for the late, great Gary Munson, and then, so Coach Roby's playing his team he went to high school with. So as a coach for O'Gorman, he's 10-1 versus the Colonels, including winning the state title in 2012, 63-48, and 2011 over Mitchell, 56-49. His only loss, Isaac, to Mitchell was back here in 2020, that home game against Mitchell where Hinker went off for 33 points. So Coach Roby's been very successful against his alma mater, so to speak. So
finally, the introductions here down on the court for senior night are done, and now actually for the players, but for the staff, Peter, one of the student athletic trainers, getting recognized down on the court, someone that's been involved with the O'Gorman athletics for years now, getting recognized as one of the senior athletic trainers. I see a package of gummy bears in there as well.
So we have 7 senior boys, Isaac, and this is probably a group that's, kind of fairly close to your heart, since your brother Manny is one of those boys, any stories or anything you want to mention about this senior class?
Yeah, this senior class is a funny group of guys, and we had them. They were over at the house, and I was able to sit when they had a team dinner at the house and just kind of listen to some of the stories that they were telling. But a funny story about these guys. I've got a picture that I'm going to have to put on the Real Presence Radio Twitter later. The picture of Leo, Manny, and Trey Heckenleibel playing 8th grade for the Avera Select team, and just seeing how little those guys look. I'll show you the picture now.
Now I'm intrigued.
But yeah, my mom sent this to me earlier. But look at here's Heckenleibel, there's Manny, and there's Huners. I mean, look at how tiny
Leo
Huners
looks really tiny.
Yeah, in that picture. But that was back in the 8th grade days, and those guys played travel ball together. So yeah, just some funny stories. A good group of guys. I've seen a lot of them around. But yeah, pretty cool. So it's a weird feeling to watch my brother, playing his last O'Gorman home regular season game down on the floor tonight. It seems like he was just started playing, a couple years ago. But
does that make you feel old at all, Isaac?
A little bit.
But as Coach Roby always mentioned, the culture here at O'Gorman, and I mean that's something too for these seniors that be someone to look up to, I guess, for those freshman, sophomore boys as well. So we're here to take a break now, as we kind of had a little bit of a delay with all the senior night stuff. Mitchell players are getting introduced now. We're going to take a commercial break, and then we'll get back for the start of the ball game.
Real Presence Radio is available on Alexa-enabled devices, including Amazon Echo, phones, tablets, and smart displays. To enable the skill, just say, Alexa, enable Real Presence Radio. To listen, say something like, Alexa, open Real Presence Radio. It will then ask what station you want to play, to which you can respond, play Sioux Falls, or play AM 970, or play WWEN. From there, you can use commands like play, pause, and stop. Listen to RPR anytime, anywhere on Alexa-enabled devices.
Welcome back to O'Gorman High School, as we've got the starting lineups being announced down on the floor right now, as the Colonels just got announced and the Knights are up next. The Mitchell Colonels in their road black jerseys with the gold numbers to prepare themselves for battle here at O'Gorman High School in what is a now ruckus environment. I mean, the crowd on hand from Mitchell is nothing short of impressive.
It's almost like that Roosevelt Saturday afternoon game, Isaac, where it's standing room only. The night student section, this is as high up, I think, as I've ever seen them this year.
Yeah, just a full crowd on hand here at O'Gorman High School in a cool environment, to say the least, on a senior night. I'm trying to snap some pictures here for the Twitter page.
Do you remember how your senior night went, Isaac?
Yes, I do. We played Washington, and we beat Washington here at home, and Jaron Zwagerman capped off the game with a dunk, up by 10 in the fourth quarter. That was a fun moment, especially that first game against them did not go that well earlier in the season, so a good revenge game, if you will. So we are now getting ready for tip-off here at O'Gorman High School.
And with the play-by-play for tonight's ball game is Mr. Isaac Struck.
So O'Gorman will get ready for battle here at home in the final regular season game in O'Gorman's home gym, as David Alpers and the rest of the Knights get ready here for the tip-off. O'Gorman in their home whites with the blue numbers and gold accent around those numbers. And like you said, the student section here at O'Gorman is packed to the brim, as we've got a good night of basketball on hand. So Myers will go off the dribble, swing it over onto the perimeter with McCardle, who swings it up top. That's Morgan over now into the hands of Hinker. It was poked out of bounds by David Alpers. He'll stay with the Colonels.
And Alpers guarded him quite a bit last year in that game at the Corn Palace. Him and kind of Joe Lynch switched off. So Alpers does have experience guarding Hinker.
Solik will inbound the basketball. He'll get it into the hands of Myers. Up top now over to Solik. He'll use a screen and free up Hinker at the top of the key. Hinker off the dribble now, looking at the cross-court pass down underneath the baseline. It was fumbled off the hands of Myers, and a turnover on the first possession for the Colonels, and the Knights will have it.
Kind of a low percentage pass that time by Hinker.
So Struck off the dribble now, looking at a lob into the hands of Alpers. It was thrown behind Alpers, and it'll be a turnover there. They tried to get the lob right out of the gates to David Alpers. That would have been a fun way to start that one, but
so is Costello going to get the foul here, Isaac? Or who?
Alpers? Are you kidding me? What is Alpers supposed to do in that situation? I mean, he's running around and the guy hits him in the back and the guy falls. Alpers was not even turned. Oh, here we go. Lob up top to Morgan and then just try to get a little bit fancy with the wraparound pass and threw it directly. Dump inside. Kick over to Eng. Corner triple from Matt Eng. That one's short from the start. Nice offensive board by Landry, who puts up the tough shot in for 2.
Mitchell's really struggled with rebounding lately, Isaac, and that's something I think O'Gorman tonight will have the advantage.
Solik off the dribble now, looks inside at Morgan. Morgan off the dribble, kicks it to the corner with Myers. No shot there as that one's off the mark, no good. Into the hands of Struck, who will push up the floor. Struck off the dribble, gets it into the hands of Eng, up top to Alpers, and swings it over to Landry. Knights working around the perimeter a little bit here. Eng has it on the right wing. He'll use a screen from Alpers, step back, nothing doing, then gets it into the hands of Alpers, who will drive baseline, nearly got caught up in a lot of traffic, and then somehow winds up in the hands of Morgan and kicked out, and the Colonels will push with Solik. Solik off the dribble between the legs, creates some separation, and kicks it to the corner with Myers, who dumps it off to Morgan. Myers, triple, no good. He airballed it, but he got fouled by Struck on the land.
Ooh, never want to foul a three-point jump shooter. So Myers averages about only 3 points a ball game at the free throw line.
And that one is no good.
Pretty intense start if I was Isaac. A lot of players on the ground already in this game.
Second free throw is good, so 1 for 2 so far. Third one on the way here. Free throw from Myers, around and out, no good. So 1 for 3 from the line for Myers. And Eng off the dribble over to Landry. Up top to Alpers, looking inside of Costello. Swing pass to Eng, triple, good. Matt Eng buries the triple. It's 5-1 here in the opening couple of minutes.
Not for sure why McCardle didn't get out there more on that play. It's almost like he just let him shoot it.
Yeah, kind of like didn't even get a hand up really either. And a shooter like Matt Eng is going to make that shot 9 times out of 10 when you're given that much space. Nice take around the rim and good finish there by Charlie McCardle, who finished with the left hand.
He has a shiner under that left eye. It looks like maybe an elbow or something that got him.
So Eng up top to Landry, swings it back to Eng. Triple, top of the key is good. Matt Eng buries another triple. It's 8-3 in the opening 2 minutes here, 3 minutes, excuse me. And the Knights are hot from the perimeter early.
That's a good sign if David has to be careful. Why are you trying for the steal effort out?
Especially with a foul already. Hinker drives, swatted away by Struck. Pinned him at the glass in transition. Struck drives inside of the paint. He flips up a shot and then gets called for the charge on the offensive end.
Ooh, that's 2 already on Manny. That actually might be, in my opinion, a good substitution getting David out for a second, because I feel like he's just being a little bit too over-aggressive guarding Hinker right away.
Yep.
Now Muirhead's on him.
So Eng with it inside to Hinker. He'll spin baseline, tried to slam it, then got hit hard by Muirhead. Hinker tried to go baseline, spin, and slam it in, and couldn't get the shot to fall.
That matchup could be the 2 best leapers in state right there with Muirhead and Hinker. I feel like looking at Hinker this year, Isaac, he looks a lot bigger.
Yeah, he
upper body wise than he did last year.
Put on a lot of pounds at the upper body. Has got some bigger arms now, a little bit sturdier around the waist too. You can tell he's been in the on the workout grind in the offseason, but adding that component to his game has made him a lot more polished on the offensive end all around the board. Shooting from the outside as well as inside, being able to kind of establish himself in the low post. The foul is going to be called on Myers.
And one thing about this Colonels team, Isaac, this year, 13-6. They're only 3-6 versus teams with winning records. I think they're 10-0 versus the ones without. So they've struggled this year against the better teams they've played.
Yep. Ooh, tough pass corralled by Eng there. He'll drive into the paint. Tough finish. He's going to go to the line for two.
I think that's something you'd like to see Matt do even more, Isaac, because obviously he can shoot the threes like no one's business, but in order to really improve your game, you got to have that in between. You got to be able to get it to the hole, and that was a good example of it.
Yeah, be able to show the versatility.
You can't be a one-trick pony, so to speak, especially if you want to play at the next level. So it's 9-5 O'Gorman. Matt has 7 of the 9. Halfway point of the first quarter.
And, being able to beat someone off the dribble also makes you a tougher guard. They're not going to be able to just go up and press you. If they know that you're only a shooter, they're just going to be able to be sitting in your hip pocket the whole time. But if you can kind of beat them off the dribble a little bit, that's going to back them off just enough to free up your shot as well. Knights come out in a zone here. Pass was tipped by Muirhead into the hands of Eng. Knights will push. They lead by 5. It's Eng off the dribble. Lost the pass. Somehow winds up in the hands of Muirhead, who dumps it into the hands of Landry. Tough turnaround from Rush. Back of the iron, no good. Rebound goes to Caden Hinker.
Gavin Sokup's in the game for Mitchell, too.
Kick to the corner with Solik. Solik off the dribble inside of the paint. Kicks it up top into the hands now. That is Sokup with it. At the top of the key. Over to Solik. Drives into the paint. Tough finish. Stripped away from behind by Chad Ambrose. And the Knights will push offensively. Eng, stop and pop transition. Triple. Short, no good. Rebound bounces around a few times into the hands of Morgan. And the Mitchell Colonels finally corral the offensive board, or the defensive board, and the possession. Quick pull-up three from Hinker. Back of the iron, no good. Rebound inside by Steele Morgan. And then a second offensive board by Charlie McCardle, who launches it up to the top of the key with Hinker. He'll go off the dribble, cuts his way into the paint. They're going to call a quick foul at the top of the key on Muirhead. Geez, that was quick.
I just like to let the refs watch, let these guys play a little bit. I mean, both sides, that wasn't a lot for a foul there.
.237 here in the first quarter. Knights lead 10-5. As Solik, a tough pull-up two, no good. Rebound goes to Gavin Muirhead. Pass is tipped out of bounds. It'll stay with the Knights.
Got to be alert in that front row over there. We see a couple of times now, people have got balls or flying at them.
Yeah, from every which way.
And players sometimes diving in there.
So Huner's off the dribble now, kicks it over in the corner. That's Heckenleibel, standstill triple. No good, off the side rim, and a rebound into the hands of the Colonels.
Mitchell's done a pretty good job so far defensive rebounding.
Hinker driving to the paint and a one-handed stuff. Ferocious jam by Caden Hinker. And then he's going to try to get the steal. Alpers saves it, and then he gets pushed to the floor, and they're going to call Hinker on the foul from behind.
That time there was no help defense on that Hinker play. He got around Alpers initially, and no one came from the backside, which led to the dunk. Those are those plays that count for 2 points, but sometimes mean a little bit more on those dunks.
Ambrose, triple from the wing, no good. Rebound to Hinker. So Struck back into the game with 2 fouls. He came in for Eng. Drive baseline now. Good stop there by Struck, and then it lost him there. Alpers was with him and then kind of allowed him to spin and turn around, and then there was no help defense. And a bucket there, it's 10-9. Heckenleibel off the dribble now. Standstill triple from Heckenleibel, no good. Rebound to the Colonels. Heckenleibel, 2 quick fire triples, usually the name of the game for Trey. Just came up short that time. Hinker dump down into the paint now. It's McCardle, spins baseline, and then his shot is no good. Rebound tips around into the hands of Huners, who nearly gets bumped out of bounds and keeps the possession now, and Struck will slow it down.
McCardle's kind of crafty, like one of those old school post players. A lot of pump fakes, a lot of pivots.
Ambrose, triple is good. Chad Ambrose buries the 3 over Hinker, and the Knights lead 13-9 with 43 seconds to go in the first quarter. Pass up top to Morgan. Morgan had the last-second look to beat the Rough Riders that fell short. That would have been a huge upset early on in the season, as Hinker drives again inside, was fouled by Alpers. That's his second. Hinker is so quick off the dribble.
I just don't get why David's crowded him so much. I mean,
you'll live with him shooting it over you.
Yeah, you're not. Let him beat you from a 3-point land. So that's 2 on David. He's going to stay in. 13-9, Isaac, 20 seconds left in the first quarter.
Alpers guarding Hinker closely. 13 on the clock here in the first quarter. Knights lead by 4. Down to 10 on the clock. Hinker calls off the screen, then drives. Step back triple from Hinker is short, an air ball. An offensive board, nothing. Landry with it, and that'll do it for the first quarter. So the Knights lead 13-9 after 1 here at O'Gorman High School on top of the Mitchell Colonels. Stay tuned for more O'Gorman Knights basketball after the break on Real Presence Radio Network.
Jardine Construction is a general contractor of custom homes, remodeling, and commercial construction. Jardine Construction works in close cooperation with project owners and customers when developing a plan for a building or home. Jardine Construction has lots available in Sioux Falls, Hartford, and Humboldt. Mark can be reached at 605-951-1803 and Tom at 605-261-6174.
Barnett Vision Clinic in Sioux Falls offers comprehensive eye exams to assess their patients' eye health, including students and young athletes. At Barnett Vision Clinic, we offer a variety of glasses, contacts, and sunglasses to fit our patients' needs, including brands such as Oakley, Ray-Ban, Nike, Kate Spade, and Nano Vista glasses for kids. Dr. James Barnett is a proud O'Gorman alumni and St. Michael's parishioner. To schedule an appointment, we can be reached at 605-335-7757 or online at barnettvisionclinic.com.
All right, welcome back to O'Gorman High School. An intense first quarter with the Knights leading the Colonels 13-9. And Isaac, we have both Manny and David Alpers, the 2 fouls for O'Gorman, both in the game right now.
And O'Gorman with 6 fouls in that opening quarter. So need to keep the hands off them on defense. Struck picked up an offensive foul, I should say, so, but still got to keep the hands off a little bit on the defensive end. Alpers tried to muscle one in. No good. Rebound into the hands. Struck. Thought about the corner 3. Off the dribble. Cross-court pass to Eng. Steps into one. Alpers underneath the basket. Easy 2. Nice give and go there from Eng to Alpers. And now Landry will be switched on Hinker to try to help with that foul trouble with Alpers. Alpers with the steal, then throws it off of Hinker and saves the possession for the Knights. What a defensive play by David Alpers to force that turnover off the knee of Hinker.
And Gavin Dagan is in now for Mitchell for the first time, number 24.
So Struck will walk it across the half-court line. Played a little give and go there with Eng. Struck off the dribble now. Hand off to Eng. Thought about a deep pull-up triple. Instead, will look over his options and swing it over to Alpers. Up top to Costello. Swing pass to Struck. Had his pass poked away. It was intended for Eng. And then Eng, step back triple. Back of the iron, no good. Offensive board by Struck. He got fouled by Hinker. That's going to be Hinker's second foul. So that's a big foul and a big offensive board there by Struck, who went up and got it and got fouled. The shot actually ended up going on the complete backside of the basket there, but Struck will head to the line for 2.
It'll be interesting to see if Hinker will stay in the game or they'll take him out.
Ambrose comes in for Alpers. So I think that they, maybe a sub there to give Alpers a little bit of a break if Hinker came out, but Hinker will stay in with those two. And I think that you almost have to.
I think so, too, when they're down by 6 like right now. I think if you take him out and say O'Gorman goes on a 6-0 run, it's a 12-point game, that totally changes it for the Colonels. I think one of the assistant coaches for Mitchell told Riker that he has 2 fouls. He just kind of nodded like, yeah, I know, he's staying in.
Eng off the dribble now. Up top to Ambrose. Kick out. Standstill triple from Landry is good. Rush Landry buries the triple. It's 19-12. Knights on top. Dagan in. Swing over to Solik. Looking inside at Hinker, guarded by Landry. Landry drawing the matchup right now with Hinker. Hinker, top of the key. Now over on the left wing. Pull up triple from Hinker. Around and out, no good. Rebound, and there's a foul underneath. That's going to be called on McCardle, who poked it away.
So one thing Coach Roby told me, Isaac, before the game for improvement for this team is better overall execution offensively. How do you feel our offense so far has looked through the first, say, 10 minutes of this ball game?
It's been... Oh, that triple no good. Rebound into the hands of Hinker. It's been 3-point heavy, to say the least, here in the early going. It's been, fortunate enough to make a couple of them. But in the second half, or in the, second stretch of this game, you might want to look inside a little bit more and play a little more inside out to free up some more open looks from the triple or from the 3-point line.
7 on the shot clock.
Pull-up triple from Solik is good. Wow, nice shot there from Solik. Landry with it. Into the hands of Eng. 5 minutes on the clock here in the second quarter. Struck on the right wing. Swings it up top to Landry, to Ambrose. Back to Eng. Triple is good. Eng with the triple from the right wing.
Man, Isaac, that was NBA range. Holy moly, he was out there a ways.
Kick out. Standstill triple from Morgan. No good. Offensive boards fought for until it was stripped away by Costello. And the Knights clear the possession. Struck over to Landry. Landry just walks into a triple. Back of the iron, no good, and it's out of bounds on Hinker. It'll stay with the Knights.
(22-15). O'Gorman 7-point lead. 4:25 left here in the second quarter. Knights have had about a 3 to 5 to 7-point lead this whole game so far. Little zone here.
Yep. I was just about to say Muirhead at the top of the zone. Inside, tough finish is good. That's Steele Morgan, the 6'5 junior, with the nice finish over the top of the defense. Alpers up top to Costello, steps into a triple. That one back there, no good. Offensive rebound by Huners, and then Ing kicks it out to Huners. Huners off the dribble, back to Ing. Triple from the corner is off the back of the iron, no good. And then Huners fights for the offensive rebound. Kick to Ing in the corner, it's good! What a play from Leo Huners to grab that offensive board and keep the possession alive, not once but twice, and a timeout from the Colonels. It's 25-17 here at O'Gorman High School.
And we'll take a quick 30-second break. Matt Ing, 14 points for the Knights, on fire. 3:33 left here in the second quarter.
Real Presence Radio is available on Google Assistant devices, including Google Home, phones, tablets, and smart displays. To start this action, say something like, "Okay, Google, talk to Real Presence Radio." It will then ask what station you want to play, to which you can respond, "Play Sioux Falls," or "Play AM 970," or "Play WWEN." From there, you can use words like play, pause, and stop. Listen to RPR anytime, anywhere on Google Assistant devices.
Welcome back to O'Gorman High School here as the O'Gorman Knights lead 25-17.
Who was the person who, I don't know, I think 15 minutes ago, picked Matt Ing for his player to click tonight?
I think it was Dan Johnson. No, I get it. Yeah, it was you. I get it.
And I mean, some of these threes, too, have been really long ones for Matt, but as you mentioned, that last play, give Leo Huners credit. He had 2 offensive rebounds. And this is the biggest lead for O'Gorman of 8 points right now, 25-17.
So Hinker down with it on the low block, turnaround, shot no good, rebound into the hands of Muirhead. And Huners controls it now over into the hands of Ing. So 3:13 left here in the second quarter. Ing off the dribble, up top to Huners. Huners looking inside at Alpers, and then Hinker flies into the crowd as it was off of the hands of Hinker and out of bounds.
And that last shot, Hinker's shot, that's a shot you'll definitely live with. The fadeaway 15-footer with a contest. That's about as good as you can ask for.
Inbound to Landry, handoff to Ing, triple, right wing, front of the iron, no good. Huners crashes in for the rebound, didn't get it, and Hinker will have it now and push on the offensive end. Hinker off the dribble, hesitation dribble, nice swing pass down low post to Solik, into the hands of Myers, whose shot is short. A little bit of body contact from Alpers, but a good job of staying straight up and down and forcing the inerrant shot. Alpers off the dribble now, handoff to Landry. Landry into the low post, off the window, tough shot, no good. Tip by Alpers, nearly fell, and then Muirhead drives into the paint. A block was called by Jim Ricketts Jr., and an emphatic block call for that matter, and it'll send Muirhead to the line for 2.
I like it more. I think Alpers might be bleeding a little bit, so he's going to have to check out, but more stuff to the basket that possession for O'Gorman. Looks like Alpers got a little bit of bloody nose.
Now Peter, the athletic trainer, will shove a couple of, and now we're getting the official athletic trainer under there, but shove some cotton up the nose there as Muirhead's free throw is good. So Struck came in for Alpers, and we've got Ambrose ready to check in for Muirhead here. That free throw good as well. So Muirhead 2 for 2 at the line there, and the Knights have a 10-point lead, the largest so far for the Knights in the first half. Walking it across the half-court line is Aiden Myers, swinging it over down to the right wing, looking at the low post with Hinker. Myers up top to Hinker, triple top of the key, short, no good. Rebound tipped around, and Ing, of all people, comes up with the rebound down inside between 3 Colonels.
Hey, we'll take it.
Struck off the dribble now. Handoff to Landry. Looking inside at Ambrose, who's wide open. Kicks it out. Costello, that's a 2. A deep 2. No good. Rebound tipped out by Ambrose. Pull up 2 by Ing is no good. And Hinker will control it for Mitchell. Hinker off the dribble now. Into the paint. Tough finish for 2 is good. That's just such a tough finish there by Caden Hinker, who drove his way right into the paint. So Struck will have it. He'll use a screen from Ambrose. Handoff to Ing. Over to Ambrose on the left wing. Up top to Struck. Drives inside. Had it flipped out of bounds off of the Colonels. Looked like he was about to shoot it and got it poked and tried to turn it into a pass, and then it just wound up out of bounds. Off the Colonels, though.
So Hecken Leibel's in for Struck. Struck still has those 2 fouls, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Now a little bit of offense there with a better shooter in Heckenleibel as Costello's first shot no good, rebound no good. Rebound bounces around twice into the hands of the Colonels. A couple of tough looks there for Costello, didn't fall, and then the rebound slapped off his own face and into the hands of the Colonels. Hinker, transition pull-up triple is good. That's a big shot from Caden Hinker, and he's got 12 points to lead the Colonels, so Hinker and Ing with 14 and 12. Ing drives into the paint, high floater, no good. Rebound to Hinker. You got to be careful for the Knights that you're not getting too many one-and-done looks with a lot of time on the shot clock. Pass stolen away by Ambrose, good defense, and the Knights will hold for a clean look here as Roby calls them to settle down.
Yeah, Hinker's on a little 5-0 run of himself to now get within 5. This is a big possession for O'Gorman.
Over to Landry. Landry is fouled.
So that's 6 team fouls on Mitchell, so they're not in the penalty. But what this does for you, if you're O'Gorman, is now you can technically hold for the final shot if you want to.
So Struck comes in for Heckenleibel. Into the hands of Landry. So yes, the Knights will hold for the final look. I'm not sure why. If you're going to take Struck out and put Heckenleibel in for shooting, and then we have the final shot. I mean, not to knack on my own brother here, but
yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Kind of contradicts what the first move was. Ambrose, that's a deep triple, no good. Rebound, and Hinker will have a half-court heave here, who actually pushes the tempo a lot and gets off a decent look at the buzzer that doesn't fall. And that'll do it for the first half here from O'Gorman High School. The Knights on top of the Colonels 27-22 as we will head into our halftime show on Real Presence Radio Network. Stay tuned for more after the break.
Your family is depending on you to provide financial security for them. The Knights of Columbus can help you with insurance solutions such as disability income, long-term care, both term and whole life, annuities, retirement, and estate planning services. Join the Knights of Columbus today at kfc.org/join us for access to all these insurance services. Call the BB Agency at 605-882-8689. That's 605-882-8689.
Pizza Ranch and Fun Zone Arcade on 41st Street in Sioux Falls offers a daily buffet featuring a variety of pizza choices, salad bar, and chicken. Pizza Ranch has a spacious dining room as well as 8 party rooms that fit different group sizes. Their online menu provides another option for their customers to order from. Pizza Ranch is located across from O'Gorman High School on 41st Street and can be contacted by calling 271-8646. Pizza Ranch is a strong supporter of O'Gorman Knights athletics and activities.
At Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal, we are guided by one simple principle. We do what we say we're going to do. We believe in ensuring our customers are happy with the work we deliver. Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal was established in Sioux Falls in 1981 and has been involved with installing more than 100 million square feet of commercial roofing across the Midwest. We have worked on businesses including schools, universities, hospitals, churches, and factories. For more information, we can be reached at 605-331-5121 or online at guaranteeroofingsd.com.
From the Real Presence Radio Network, welcome to the O'Gorman Knights Halftime Show. Brought to you by your Knights of Columbus field agents for the Sioux Falls area, Jeff Gillen and Phil Carlson.
Welcome back to O'Gorman High School. The Knights lead the Colonels 27-22 at the break here in what's been a really exciting and entertaining first half of basketball at O'Gorman High School.
Yeah, it sure has, Isaac. And if you're watching the stream right now, non-basketball, the O'Gorman Gymnastics girls who won the state meet a couple weeks ago are at the Corn Palace, actually up in Mitchell, are being honored. They hung their plaque up on the wall, so congratulations again to Coach Sky Bork and those young ladies. But yeah, fun game, Isaac. I haven't really seen a lot of Mitchell in person at all this year. I've seen a few other games on the YouTube. And Caden Hinker is worth the price of admission. He has 12 of their 22, but I would say our defense was really a story in the first half. Mitchell only had 17 points with about 2 minutes left, and then Hinker made that tough 3 and tough drive. So we did a good job containing the other players, and so to speak. And I think offensively, and you can say what you want, I feel like we're just firing way too many threes. I mean, obviously we've made some. Matt's made 4, I believe, but just not enough stuff going toward the basket.
Not at all, and that's been the story of the game so far is that O'Gorman has struggled to do anything other than shoot the triple. And when we're just relying on the three-point shot pretty heavily, it's going to be important to make sure, as we've got the Dakota Spirit coming back on the floor. That's what the announcement is. It's got to make sure that we get the ball inside a little bit. And even though Hinker's in there and kind of clogging up the paint at times, being able to get it to work at inside 2 out is what O'Gorman's strength is. And right now they're not necessarily playing to their strength of being able to work it inside and out. Obviously they've hit a couple of big threes, but can you rely on that three-point shooting night in and night out? Well, the story so far has been yes, in this game that they've been able to hit a couple of the clutch ones, but will they be able to continue to rely on that in the second half? That is to be determined, and something that I don't necessarily want to see out of the gates in the second half is a three-point happy O'Gorman Knights team.
Well, if you look too, Caden Hinker has 2 fouls. So, I mean, the more stuff you get to going toward the hoop, you possibly pick up another foul on him, or if he becomes the primary defender, tries to block a shot, then your secondary other guys get the offensive rebounds. You have just more opportunities. To me, closer to the basket will benefit us in this game. Just because overall, size-wise, we're a lot bigger team than Mitchell is, except, Hinker at his 6'8". But, yeah, I mean, you just can't. I think, as Coach Roby says, sometimes they get in a habit of, if you make some threes early, that's not always the best thing for this team, because then they really start falling in love with it. I think you saw Matt make those couple early. Chad Ambrose made one. Rush made one. It becomes something where
the eyes get big every time you see a look from that three-point line. And, yeah, that's something that, a lot of good teams struggle with. But it is hopefully the Knights are getting a little bit of a talking to in the locker room right now about, hey, relax, play our game of basketball. Hinker's got 12 of the 22 right now, and they're up still. So being able to control those other role players, you can let Hinker go for 30. 30 points isn't going to beat you necessarily at this rate. The way that the Knights are playing defense on the other players has been the big key to the game defensively so far.
I think being patient offensively is another thing. I feel like we can get about whatever shot we want against Mitchell. It doesn't have to be that first open look. Because Coach Roby even mentioned to me is they might bait you to take and, hey, go ahead, fire away.
Exactly.
So I think if we can be more patient, that might be better for us offensively as well.
No doubt at all. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll recap some of what happened in the girls' game earlier, possibly, as well as get to some scores from around the state. And we will get back with the second half in about 4 minutes here from O'Gorman High School on Real Presence Radio Network.
Sioux Equipment Company can fix, sell, and repair gas pumps, tanks, and air compressors. They offer sales and services for lifts, signs, decals, and tank truck equipment in Sioux Falls and the surrounding areas. Sioux Equipment Company is located at 1310 East 39th Street in Sioux Falls, just off of East Benson Road. They can be reached by calling 605-334-1653. Again, that number is 605-334-1653.
Pre-planning a funeral is a wonderful gift for families. I'm David Lewis of Barnett Lewis Funeral Home, a family-owned and operated service to the community. Our goal is to make arrangements with families comfortable when they decide what their wishes are for funeral services. I will listen to all needs and offer choices for funeral arrangements and make sure all questions are answered. Barnett Lewis Funeral Home can be contacted at 336-0707 or by going to barnettlewis.com.
All right, welcome back to the Knights halftime show. As got a new group of Dakota Spirit girls out there on the floor right now, a little bit older group than the other one. And the girls' game, O'Gorman won that one 56-21. It was a game where Ashley Isaac Mitchell was up 8-7 in the first quarter, and then the wheels kind of fell off the kernels after that.
Yeah, it really did, and it was a game that Mitchell, like you just had mentioned, had the momentum. They were playing really hard on the defensive and offensive end, and they were causing fits for the O'Gorman Knights, but then in the second half, or in that second quarter into the second half, they really kind of fell apart offensively and couldn't get anything going, which has been a struggle at times for Mitchell so far this season, is lower scoring games. They had 18 in 2 games already this year, and finished with 21 tonight. So overall, a wire-to-wire win after the Knights took their first, actual lead of the ball game. But after that, they didn't look back.
Yeah, they got 21 points from Hannah Ronsick in that game to lead the way, and Molly Abdush had a little bit of an injury scare. It looked like she was fine. She came back in the second quarter, played the whole second half. So to me, that was the best news of the whole game right there for O'Gorman. The girls will play at Huron tomorrow afternoon at 2:30. Some other O'Gorman activities going on right now. So I mentioned the wrestlers, Keenan Sheridan, Carson Holt, Avalon Brenner, and Holden Height, I think all placed. So congratulations to those kids. Tomorrow there's jazz band at Omaha, Oral and Chirp at Washington. And then choir capers will be here on Tuesday night at Lorraine Theater, jazz band at Augustana. And then the Bates State Tournament will be March 4th up in Aberdeen. And then the Sodak 16 girls game will be a week from tonight here at O'Gorman High School as well. The Sodak 16 boys game will also be next Saturday. So we're kind of wrapping up right now with that. So what we'll do is we'll take a break. We'll come back, and then I think Isaac can give us a few of those scores going around the state as well here. Inside O'Gorman has been brought to you by the Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools. Here as I flip my pages for my read, here it is. Our 6 elementary schools, junior high and high school, exemplify gospel values, strong student achievement, and community service. Our schools strive to have excellence where it counts in faith, academics, and our community. Many of the opportunities offered to our students. Visit ognights.org to schedule a tour. We're going to take a break, come back in 60 seconds. This is O'Gorman Girls Basketball on Real Presence Radio and also on Pure Oldies 103.5 FM in Mitchell.
Real Presence Radio will be broadcasting an estimated 42 Sioux Falls O'Gorman girls and boys basketball games from the middle of December 2021 to the middle of March 2022. Tune into the RPR network on 94.5 FM Sioux Falls, 91.3 FM Hartford, online at realpresenceradio.com, on our free mobile app, and on YouTube at Real Presence Radio Sioux Falls. If your business would like to sponsor our O'Gorman basketball broadcast, contact me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333.
Upon graduation from O'Gorman High School, you will receive far more than a diploma. You get the values of a Catholic education, the support and reach of thousands of alum from across the country, the knowledge that you can become who you were meant to be, and our community will be right there by your side. You belong in blue. O'Gorman High School.
All right, here's a few scores to report. So in AA boys, Sioux Falls Jefferson 63, Aberdeen Central 54. Harrisburg defeated Brookings 61-37. Brandon Valley is up on Huron 11-6 in the first quarter. Also up in Rapid City, we'll have Central Lincoln versus Rapid City Central. That's later tonight. Washington is at Rapid City Stevens later tonight, and Spearfish is at Yankton later tonight as well. In AA girls, Brandon Valley defeated Huron 57-31. O'Gorman obviously over Mitchell 56-21. Sioux Falls Jefferson up on Aberdeen Central 48-25. Harrisburg over Brookings 47-41 in 4 minutes in the fourth quarter. 5 minutes left in the third. Washington girls 34, Rapid City Stevens girls 29. Yankton girls 29, Spearfish 23 in the second. And in the third, Lincoln girls up on Rapid City Central 36-30. And the boys score, Isaac, that we were wondering about, Jefferson 63, Aberdeen Central 54.
So a decent game there. But, I'm not going to say that I'm surprised by that. Aberdeen's just a mystery team this year. They were preseason supposed to be pretty solid in a slow start. And then we just kind of pounded them in Aberdeen, and then they're starting to catch a little bit of fire, but they've just struggled with the games that really, really matter so far this season.
So tonight's halftime show for the O'Gorman Knights is sponsored by the BB Agency, supporting Knights of Columbus Insurance for South Dakota, Southwest Minnesota, and Northeastern Iowa. For life insurance, long-term care insurance, and retirement products, call the BB Agency at 882-8689. to connect to a field agent near you.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Dylan Solik rises up and drops the hammer. Wow, so they steal the pass. And then Solik rises up and just kind of swoops over the top of Ing and drops the right-handed flush. Landry into the paint, nice cut inside, good for 2.
And I think if McCardle's guarding Landry, that's a mismatch O'Gorman needs to exploit.
Absolutely.
Because they now moved Solik over to Ing. That's a third different guy, Isaac, they put on Matt tonight.
Wow, what a start to the second half.
A one-handed little sledgehammer dunk. I didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, and Solik isn't necessarily the guy that you would expect to just see that explosion from as he takes a baseline for 2 there. But yeah, he kind of surprised me with the leaping ability on that one. Inside to Alpers. Nice cut by Costello. His turnaround shot no good. And Hinker will push with a little bit of pace. Guarded by Landry. Pass to Solik. He's had the hot start here to the second half. Swing to the corner. Morgan's triple is blocked out of bounds. It'll stay with the Colonels.
Kind of a slow release that time by Morgan, and it looks like if Matt Ing's the one guarding Solik, that's the matchup Mitchell's going right at right now.
Inbounds finally gets it into the hands of McCardle over to Hinker. He'll drive baseline, step back, fade away 2. Back of the iron, no good. Then rebound was knocked out of bounds off the hands of McCardle. So it'll go to the O'Gorman Knights.
Don't you feel like right now, Isaac, is the first time all game Mitchell's actually had some momentum?
Yeah, and it seems like they know they have the momentum too. Playing with a little bit of swagger here in the second half and looking really to expose some matchups that they think they have a favor on here early in the second half. Landry with it now. Guarded by McCardle over to Struck. Inside to Alpers, who lost the positioning, and that pass was stolen away. Kick to the corner. Morgan triple. Kind of a funky release from Morgan. And that shot's no good. That's a good look, though, for the Colonels, especially when you're getting a wide open shot from the corner.
I would clear out for rush against McCardle every time if I was O'Gorman.
Alpers with it now. Hands it off to Landry. Pass inside to Costello, swings it over to Struck, pump fake, swings it over to Landry. Triple, top of the key is good. Landry starting to heat up a little bit. He's got 10 now. Knights lead by 6. Myers off the dribble. He's going to be guarded by Struck. He'll come off of, Solik will come off of the screen now, and they'll have to swing it over to McCardle in the corner, and they free up Hinker at the top of the key. Hinker off the dribble now, uses a screen, creates some separation, spin move into the paint, tough finish and 1. Hinker is the real deal.
That was a really nice move. He showed a lot of patience where you're not rushed at all, did the spin move, and I think for him, if I was their coach, I would have told him at the halftime, you got to drive the ball more. I felt like he settled too much in the first half, and with his size and strength, I think he should be able to get to the rim pretty easily.
Absolutely, as Hinker's free throw is up and good. It reminds me of the game 2 years ago, not last year, but 2 years ago when Mitchell came in here and I mean Hinker put up 33. Yeah, 33 points on the road as a sophomore. And it seems like he's just getting any shot that he wants right now. Ambrose triple, no good. Rebound offensively by Alpers, and then he's fouled on the rebound by Myers. So we've got Ambrose and Muirhead into the game right now, so a pretty big lineup.
And Alpers and Landry, so that's 4 guys 6'5" or taller.
Yeah, and the only guy that isn't is Matt Ing. Inbounds, Ing, triple, top of the key is good. Buries the triple over Solik. He's got 17 on the night. Myers between the legs dribble into the paint, swatted away by Alpers, and then he hits the deck hard. Ooh. Myers took a shot from Alpers, but I think the impact of the floor was more what got Myers there, as you could hear that thud. Yikes.
Now if you're going to keep Alpers in, he has to be very careful with those 3 fouls. But I mean, the thing is, I mean, Alpers is so much bigger than Myers. I mean, that's why the fall looked bad. You know,
Yeah,
because you got to hit all of Alpers' momentum at solid 220 against a kid who's about $160.
Yeah. So Alpers will come out now. Costello comes in for him. And now Myers at the line for a chance at the second free throw after he missed the first. Remember, he was 1 for 3 at the line on that three-point play earlier in the first quarter. Now 2 for 5 at the line for his 2 points. Ambrose with it, swings it into the hands of Ing in the corner. Pump fake, triple, good. That jab step got Solik to bite, and Ing buries the triple. He's got 20.
Reminiscent of the first quarter where almost a travel there.
Almost a travel again. Up top to Hinker. Over on the right wing, clears out that side. He'll drive to the baseline. Pull up 2 from Hinker. Around the rim and out, no good. However, an offensive board by Steele Morgan, and they're going to call a foul on Ambrose underneath. Muirhead blocked it from behind, but the foul was charged underneath to Steele Morgan.
Gosh, Mitchell got some leapers. Besides, Hinker with Solik and Morgan can both jump out of the gym too.
Free throw by Morgan is up and good.
Morgan can really, whatever weight program Hinker got in the summer, I mean, if Morgan wants to he needs to put on a little muscle.
Morgan's second free throw here. Back of the iron, no good. Rebound goes to Ambrose. Landry with it up top to Ing. He's had the hot hand here in the second half. Up top, Landry steps into a triple, and he's got it. Rush Landry buries his second of the quarter, and the Knights have it back up to a 10-point lead. And Landry's starting to come alive from the perimeter this game. He's got his third triple already, as Muirhead nearly tried to steal one. And boy, would that have been a momentum turner if Muirhead would have got a steal and slam.
Landry and Ing have 33 of the 43.
Muirhead does get a steal that time into the hands of Costello. Ing drives baseline, step back over to Muirhead. Quick fire triple, no good. Rebound by Costello. Drive inside by Ambrose. Tough finish, no good. That one was more, he got off his feet and had to put the shot up and couldn't get it to fall. Hinker drives baseline. What a tough finish by Caden Hinker on the floater over the outstretched arms of everybody. And now I think Landry might be a little bit bloodied from the side as well.
Yeah, it looks like.
He was feeling it out over there. I'm not sure if it is for sure or not. Ing off the dribble, kick it to the corner. Costello steps into a triple, short, no good. Rebound, and Landry fadeaway 2, no good. Rebound Costello, and then tried to get into the hands of Muirhead, who couldn't get it, and then Ambrose fouls Hinker, and I kind of like that foul.
Yes,
from
I was just going to say
there,
that was a smart foul.
as he got his hand on him to kind of slow down that fast break. I think you'll take that any time, especially with a guy like Ambrose, who's not necessarily the fleetest of foot, to stick with Hinker there, but more importantly, just to consider, all things considered, Ambrose with only a second foul is not a big issue, and stopping a fast break there is good. So Struck comes back in, and Huners comes back in. So it's Huner, Struck, Costello, and Muirhead. Hinker into the paint, was fouled. He'll head to the line for 2 free throws, as he knows he probably should have had that one, as he couldn't get the shot to finish.
And that was one of the things, I mentioned in our keys to victory is you try to not put Hinker at the free throw line, because as a good scorer, you get those freebies at the free throw line. It just kind of opens everything else up to you, helps you get in that rhythm. He has 18 now.
Yeah, especially if you can get up here, later in the game, as he misses it, but then an offensive board to steal Morgan. It bounced off the rim and went directly into the hands of Morgan, who didn't crash the boards, but more just stepped to replace where Hinker was, and it just went straight by him. Nice, easy pass inside to Solik, and they fell asleep on the defensive end. So Mitchell, a little bit of momentum here. Struck off the dribble, swings it over to Huners. It was poked out of bounds by Morgan, who helped off the ball.
So 41-36, 2:16 left here in the third quarter.
Inbounds pass to Alpers. Over to Ing. His shot was blocked by Solik. Now Mitchell with the chance to cut into this lead. Somehow a nice wrap inside pass and a foul called. Hinker leaped like he was going to fling it at the hoop and then just lightly dropped it into the hands of McCardle.
McCardle kind of came out of nowhere there. So
timeout here from Coach Roby. It'll be a 30-second timeout.
We'll just stay right here, Isaac. So interesting quarter. So Mitchell, I would say for the first 2 minutes of the quarter, pretty much had the momentum for the first time I felt like in the whole game. Then Matt Ing hit a couple threes. Rush hit a 3. We push it to 10. Now all of a sudden Mitchell's fought back. It's a 5-point game. So lots of ebbs and flows, so to speak, in this game.
Now this is going to be a really big defensive possession, a really big free throws here, but then a defensive possession for Mitchell, especially. If Mitchell can get another stop and have a chance to tie or make this a 1-point game, that would be huge. You're guaranteeing that these go in here, which is not a guarantee, but if they're able to knock in these 2 free throws or just cut it into a one-possession game, as that free throw is good.
So Gorman, is this right, already has 17 fouls?
To Mitchell's 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, a 2:05 in the third quarter, too. So Mitchell will be shooting free throws
for the rest of the ball game, which is very important to take note of. Ing with it into the hands of Huners. And Huners will slow it down a little bit. And now dumping inside to Costello into the short corner with Alpers. Up top to Huners, back to Alpers. Alpers drives into the paint, tried to wrap around, pass it into the hands of Muirhead, and couldn't get it. And now Heckenleibel will come in, as they'll probably try to free up Heckenleibel for a quick 3.
Like you said, Isaac, big last 148 here in the third quarter. Can Mitchell continue cutting into this lead, or can O'Gorman expand it?
Fadeaway triple from Ing, no good. Rebound Hinker. Now a big possession offensively for the Mitchell Colonels. Hinker off the dribble, crossover, had it poked away, but then regains the possession. Swings it over to Solik. Solik steps back near the 3-point line now. Tried to look inside at Hinker, couldn't get it to him. They'll swing it over to Soka. Back into the hands of Solik.
Good defense for O'Gorman so far this possession.
13 on the shot clock as Solik has it guarded by Ing. Steps into a triple. That's short, no good. Rebound somehow saved there by, it was McCardle who hit the deck and saved it, but he stepped on the baseline out of bounds. Now we've got some sweat on the floor.
So Rush is in and Gavin Muirhead's out.
Landry will bring it across the half-court line. Landry looks at Ing in the corner. Ing with it now. Was fouled by Solik. Looking up at Alpers, who steps out near the 3-point line. Swings it over to Costello into the corner with Heckenleibel. Up top to Landry. 24 on the shot clock. Landry guarded inside to Alpers in the paint. Spinning around, nothing doing. Has to just go up with it. Finally does and gets the 2. Alpers is tough to guard inside the paint, and he finally gets back in the scoring column as it's only his 4th point of the night after having 30 in their last game against Harrisburg.
Well, and he got such great position, too. That was the key to that play. So 6-second differential shot and game clock.
So Mitchell will just hold on to it here and try to bleed the clock. 10 on the shot clock now, and Hinker will pull it out. It's just going to be a one-on-one with Hinker and Landry here. He'll use a screen, free up some space, drive into the paint, spin move, had it stripped away. Steal at the horn, couldn't get it to go. Rebound Costello. Into the hands of Alpers, over to Heckenleibel. Alpers is going to hoist at the buzzer. It's no good, and that'll do it for the third quarter. At the end of 3, O'Gorman 43, Mitchell 38. Knights have a 5-point lead as we head into the final quarter here on senior night at O'Gorman High School.
J&J Caseworks and Closets and More is a proud sponsor of the O'Gorman Knights. Following the same rich, winning tradition, family, and Christian values, J&J Caseworks strives to create a work environment to call home. Family-owned and operated, J&J Caseworks has several full-time positions available. Our team members pursue career goals, learn new skills, and get the recognition they deserve. To set up an appointment, J&J Caseworks can be reached at 605-332-0805 or email jobs@jmjcaseworks.com. Go Knights!
At Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal, we are guided by one simple principle. We do what we say we're going to do. We believe in ensuring our customers are happy with the work we deliver. Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal was established in Sioux Falls in 1981 and has been involved with installing more than 100 million square feet of commercial roofing across the Midwest. We have worked on businesses including schools, universities, hospitals, churches, and factories. For more information, we can be reached at 605-331-5121 or online at guaranteeroofingsd.com.
All right, welcome back to Real Presence Radio's coverage of O'Gorman boys basketball as the Knights lead the Colonels 43-38 as we get ready to start the fourth quarter here from O'Gorman High School. Here is Isaac Struck.
So the Colonels will inbound the basketball. That's Soak up with it at the top of the key. Into the hands of Morgan. Morgan with it now over to Soak up baseline into the hands of Hinker, who had it stripped out of his hands, and then he tried to hang on the rim as he tried to stuff it. Wow, that one got stripped. Man, that would have been a crazy finish by Hinker. Morgan with it. Into the hands of Hinker, drives baseline up top to Morgan. Triple from the wing, no good. And then a rebound smacked out of bounds off Mitchell, and it'll go to the Knights offensively.
Doesn't this have a feel, Isaac, where it's going to be like a possession or two game down the stretch
the
here?
whole way down the stretch here. It's going to be tight throughout. Landry comes over and hands it off to Costello. Swings it over to Struck. Inside to Alpers. Over on the low block. Alpers will drive inside. Battle in with Hinker. His shot was blocked originally and then gets a second chance and lays it in for two. 45-38, Knights have a 7-point lead, the largest it's been in a couple of minutes here, as Struck guarding Solik pokes it away into the hands of Landry.
Good defense by Manny.
Swing over to Landry, triple, in and out, no good. And then swings it over to Costello.
Boy, that would have been a momentum shot there, wouldn't it?
Hinker off the dribble drive here, over into the hands of Solik. He'll come off of the screen. Oh, what are they going to call here?
Struck, maybe?
Oh, my goodness.
So now you have 18 fouls for O'Gorman, so that'll be a 1-1 for Solik.
I thought they were going to call a screen there. Is that free throw no good into the hands of Alpers? I thought they were going to call an illegal screen on Hinker, but then I realized that it was Hinker and it probably wasn't going to be called an illegal screen, especially in the fourth quarter.
Hinker has 3 fouls, I believe, too.
Hang, fadeaway two, good. 9-point lead. Knights are building a little bit of momentum again here. Ing with 22 to lead all scorers. 47-38, 6:17 left to go here in the fourth quarter. Alper is going to get a cheap one here. That's going to be his fourth. Not a smart foul there for David Alpers because it will, 1, send Steele Morgan to the free throw line, and 2, will sideline Alpers for a good portion of this fourth quarter.
He had another one in the first quarter that was way out like that one as well.
So now the Knights are going to have to play without Alpers in guarding Hinker. It'll be Landry, who's had the matchup on Hinker for a majority of this second half. Nice save there by Muirhead after Ambrose got his hands on it initially.
And that's the second straight front end of a 1-and-1 Mitchell's missed.
Knights have a chance here to take a double-digit lead on any sort of basket. Ing, crossover into the paint. Tough fadeaway 2 is good. Matt Ing, 24 points on the night. It's 49-38. Hinker off the drive into the paint. Tough finish, swatted from behind, but it will send Hinker to the line for 2.
What I've really liked about Matt's game tonight so far, Isaac, is he showed that in-between game, that mid-range. He's also been able to drive it to the basket besides making his threes. So he's shown a lot of variety in his offense tonight.
Hinker's free throw is up and good. So Huners will check in for Eng.
Where's the
Eng a quick break here before...
And what I'm wondering is where's the offense going to come from the 5 for O'Gorman?
Yep.
Has to maybe go through rush, I'm guessing.
We'll have a full timeout here for Mitchell, so we'll see if they go back with anybody here after the timeout. But 5:35 left here in the fourth quarter. Knights lead 49-40. You're listening to O'Gorman Knights basketball on Real Presence Radio Network.
Real Presence Radio will be broadcasting an estimated 42 Sioux Falls O'Gorman girls and boys basketball games from the middle of December 2021 to the middle of March 2022. Tune into the RPR network on 94.5 FM Sioux Falls, 91.3 FM Hartford, online at realpresenceradio.com, on our free mobile app, and on YouTube at Real Presence Radio Sioux Falls. If your business would like to sponsor our O'Gorman basketball broadcast, contact me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333.
Welcome back to O'Gorman High School as the Knights lead by 9 with 5:35 left here in the fourth quarter.
And Matt Ing with 24 points for the Knights. Rush has 13, so that's where the scorings came from for O'Gorman. Hinker leads Mitchell with 20.
And other than that, I mean, the scoring has been very limited for O'Gorman. You've got Eng with, like you said, 24, and Landry with 13, and Alpers has 6, and Ambrose has a three-pointer. Muirhead has a layup as well, and Struck has a free throw. And I don't think anyone else has scored for O'Gorman. Everyone in the starting 5 has scored, but only one bucket. They were trying to run the lob play to Muirhead, and then it got stolen.
And he was open,
Yes,
too.
he was open. Now kicks it baseline. Knights are scrambling here defensively. Steele, Morgan, triple, no good. Rebound. Nice job by Landry to go up and corral that. They were going to get the lob there with Muirhead, but before Huners could get it, they helped off the ball and then poked it out of the hands of Huners. Struck with it, swings it over to Huners. Huners quick pump fake at the 3, and now Struck will go off the drive. Drive into the paint, turn around up into the hands of Landry. Landry off the dribble now. Muscles his way into the paint. He was fouled by Solik.
Rush is pretty crafty in there that time. He kind of flung his body into Solik to get the foul.
So Landry will head to the free throw line here for a pair. That free throw is good. So Eng returns for Struck, and it's going to be Huners, Eng, Landry, Ambrose, and Muirhead as both free throws fall there for Rush Landry.
11-point lead for O'Gorman, 51-40. So this is kind of big-time trouble for Mitchell right now. They need some baskets and quick.
Myers, who hasn't been in much this fourth quarter, into the hands of Hinker, drives baseline to the window and was fouled. He'll step up to the line for 2 free throws. He's got 20 on the night, was just at the free throw line a few moments ago, and he'll have 2 more here with 4:31 left in the ball game.
It feels like this game's going to come down to is O'Gorman will be able to hit some free throws, down at the end as well.
Which has been a struggle at some points of the season with free throw shooting down the stretch, so it'll be interesting to see how the Knights finish this one. Now with 4:31, David Alpers will check in. He'll be accompanied by Costello, but Alpers with 4 fouls, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Costello in as well. Costello not in foul trouble, but has been held scoreless so far tonight. Could be interesting to see if they can get him going a little bit here in the fourth quarter. Eng on the wing. Up top to Landry. Wraparound pass into the hands of Alpers, who was tripped from behind by Hinker. That's going to be Hinker's third.
So that's the 4th team foul on Mitchell.
Eng off the dribble now, uses a screen from Alpers. Ooh. Over to Costello, triple from the wing is good. Hey, you had to mention it.
You asked for it, Isaac, you received it.
I asked for it, and Costello delivers. Name of the game there, the Knights have a 12-point lead. Inside, McCardle kicks it out to Solik, guarded by Huners. Solik off the dribble now, swings it over to McCardle. Pump fake of the three, he'll hand it off, and that had actually poked away by Landry. And then a nice pass inside. Hinker had the three, then gave it up for the quick two. The lead is at 10 right now with 3:38 left. Struck back to go check in, as he will check in a timeout here from Coach Roby. It'll be a 30-second timeout.
We'll stay right here, yeah. So 10-point lead for O'Gorman. Is this a point, Isaac, where offensively you're going to be a little bit more deliberate, or what part would that start? Up 10, 3.5 left.
I think that right now, I think you're going to start to see maybe a couple of sets offensively for O'Gorman. Run the clock down a little bit, run a set underneath, 12, 13 seconds on the clock, and try to get a efficient look at the basket. They might even try to free up Alpers or someone inside, try to get a touch and then a kick out. Eng's been held scoreless since he's come back in the game. He had those 2 quick elbow jumpers, but they've really been flying at Eng at the 3-point line, making sure that he can't beat him from the perimeter. But maybe you might be able to see something from someone else, just like how Costello had hit that one. A touch inside to a kick out is going to be big here in these last couple minutes. Inbound pass to Struck. He'll swing it over to Eng in the corner. Triple from Matt Eng is short, no good. We're going to call Struck with his 5th foul.
And that's the worst case scenario. Is that 4 on Manny?
Oh, it's only the 4th on Struck.
Don't try to give your brother an extra foul.
I looked up there, and statistician extraordinaire Joey Ingeman down there running the stat board had already had the 4 up there. I just didn't notice it.
So Myers makes the first, 54-45 Knights.
Misses the next one. Ooh, and then Alpers and Landry collide into each other and shake it off a little bit with a smile. But Alpers looked a little bit upset there. That rush bopped him one right in the nose where he took a shot earlier. Costello drives into the paint. Nice finish off the window. Good for 2. Costello eyed that one down the whole time, never took his eyes off the rim, and put that one strong off the glass for 2. That shot no good. Rebound, now a couple of bodies on the floor. Struck a quick swing pass to Eng, who tried to get it to Alpers, was fouled hard by Hinker. And
it ruined the dunk that Alpers would have had.
Alpers might have had an opportunity to slam one down low.
So Mitchell still not in the penalty, so Gorman will have side out there. So Hinker, Isaac, you might have just mentioned, but he has 4 fouls now.
Yep. Struck, crossover, dribble now. Swings it up top to Costello, over to... And Landry's going to be fouled by McCardle. Yeah, McCardle's got a nice purple shiner underneath that left eye. Inbounds to Struck. Surveying his options now. He'll go off the dribble. Kicks it over to Landry, who drives baseline. Had his shot blocked and poked out of his hands, and then regains the possession. And now he's going to be fouled by McCardle, who slides and hits the deck hard.
I think there's more sweat on the floor where he fell.
Oof. Landed hard on his chest there, though, taking a couple deep breaths like he got the wind knocked out of him.
So now with 17 fouls, Rush will have a 1-and-1 once they get all the sweat wiped off. Ref just kicked that towel right back to the Knights bench. Get rid of that towel.
Yeah. Free throw good.
15 for Rush Landry tonight. Senior stepping up big on senior night. 16, actually.
Second free throw on the way from Landry is good. He's got 17. That a season high for Rush? 17?
It's very close if it's not. I think there's a couple of games earlier in the year he had similar.
15-ish points, but I'm not sure if he had 17.
The Washington game was his high. I can't remember at Washington. He had a really good game.
So Struck went up and grabbed that rebound and then got fouled. So it actually sent Struck to the line here for a 1-and-1.
It's interesting, though. Gorman the second in seed points right now. Mitchell fifth. Say if Mitchell would drop to say sixth or drop to seventh, that could be a potential state tournament.
And even if they drop to sixth, you'd get them in the semifinal if both teams were to advance. Struck knocks in the first free throw.
And this is Mitchell's last game of their regular season. They're done after tonight. Our boys will be in Huron tomorrow.
It'll be interesting to see how everything starts shaking out over the weekend. But Alpers is going to be the shooter as they call the foul actually on Mitchell on the push from behind. So the ball had barely even hit the rim and there was a foul called. Apparently Alpers had been shoved across the paint when the ball was let go of, almost as if they were trying to get like a lane violation.
And Solik, number 23, was the guilty party. He has 3 fouls now. Biggest lead for O'Gorman, 15 right now, 60-45, 2:16 left in the fourth.
Another free throw good for Alpers. This one, the biggest lead it's been.
Yes.
And right now Mitchell needs to get a lot of points and quickly. Hinker just bullies his way into the paint, was fouled. You'll take that. You'll let Hinker, get to the paint, and if he's gonna get a bucket, you might as well foul him and make him earn it, because at that point he's either gonna score or he's gonna get fouled. And you want to foul him hard to make sure that he can't get this. Obviously, you don't want them to be scoring with the clock stopped, but at that point he's gonna score either way.
And I think you're guarding the 3-point line more anyway.
Yep.
So he wants to go in and get a 2.
Yeah.
More power to him down 15.
Exactly. Hinker knocks down both. Knights will inbound it to Ing, so the Knights here probably won't be fouled. And maybe that shouldn't have said anything. McCarter will pick up the foul.
I always think, though, if you're Mitchell, you almost just have to either try to go for a steal and foul in the next 30, 40 seconds, and then,
Yep. Ooh. Landry's free throw in and out.
So that's 4 fouls on McCardle, who checks out. Dagan checks in. Or excuse me, Sokit.
Yep, Sokup checks in.
Oh, missed them both.
And then Costello gets the board, and then he gets fouled.
Isn't that frustrating as a coach? I'm sure that's happened to you before, too, where the guy misses 2 free throws, but then there's another guy comes in and gets the rebound. So Myers is fouled out with that foul.
So Aiden Myers fouls out. He'll exit the night with 3 points as Costello makes the first. Both teams in the double bonus for the rest of the way here.
Get a little free throw practice for you if you're O'Gorman.
Yep.
The next minute here.
Costello's second free throw is good. Hinker with a little bit of pace, pulls up into a 3, airballed it. Rebound Alpers into the hands of Costello, now into the hands of Ing. who gets trapped by everybody into the hands of Landry, who pulls it out and kicks it over to Costello. And the Knights wisely will waste a bunch of clock.
Can Rush dunk it?
He can, and I think he was just a little bit all out of sorts there. Wasn't going to be able to regain composure enough to dunk it, but we'll see. Maybe we'll get one.
I want to see a dunk. So is that off of Alpers?
Yep. Off of Alpers, and Alpers gives a to the official there. And the official, Jim Rickens Jr., gives a Ooh. Steps into a triple. It's good by Dylan Solik. And now a quick, fast-paced into the hands of Costello, who then steps awkwardly. Can't tell if Costello's okay under the... Yeah, he's all right.
Hinker, I think, got a piece of that, too.
Yep. So Eng will step to the line. It looks like Costello had kind of just buckled his leg a little bit and then awkwardly ran into someone underneath of us.
I think you probably could hear the Hinker foot when you're a 6'8" guy following you. You can kind of hear that,
He was in between the do I want to lay it in or do I want to pump fake, and he kind of did a little bit of both, and it just slipped out of his hands as he stepped awkwardly. Costello exits.
64-50 O'Gorman.
Eng makes his 26th point of the night there at the free throw line. So Eng with 26 and Hinker with 24. Hinker could add to it here if he gets another look. Pull-up triple from Solik is no good. That one bounces up over the top of the rim and out. Maybe a senior salute here. You might be able to get some seniors off the court together or on the court together in a 15-point game.
So Mitchell's going to clear their bench.
So Alpers and Landry will come out.
Matt Ing will also check out.
Yep. Huner's triple, no good. Rebound struck. Swings it up top to Costello. Swings it over to Ambrose. Walks it over and hands it off to Struck. There's 15 seconds on the shot clock as that shot didn't hit the rim.
Okay. Going to try to get Leo a shot here, maybe?
Huner's freed up for a three-point shot, and it's good! Leo Huners knocks down the triple on senior night. That's his first triple of the season, I believe. Now he'll play some hard defense here. That one, no good. And now Struck will dribble it out. And that'll end a fun, action-packed senior night where O'Gorman actually comes out with an 18-point victory over the Mitchell Colonels, 68-50. As the Knights will finish their regular season tomorrow in Huron. And that game will be at about, what, 4 o'clock?
4 o'clock-ish.
4 o'clock-ish.
We'll see if they're on Keeter time up in Huron.
Exactly. So 68-50, Knights victorious over the Huron Tigers. Over the Mitchell Colonels as they prepare for the Huron Tigers now. But we'll take a break. You're listening to O'Gorman Knights basketball on Real Presence Radio Network.
Your family is depending on you to provide financial security for them. The Knights of Columbus can help you with insurance solutions such as disability income, long-term care, both term and whole life, annuities, retirement, and estate planning services. Join the Knights of Columbus today at kfc.org/join us for access to all these insurance services. Call the BB Agency at 605-882-8689. That's 605-882-8689.
At Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal, we are guided by one simple principle. We do what we say we're going to do. We believe in ensuring our customers are happy with the work we deliver. Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal was established in Sioux Falls in 1981 and has been involved with installing more than 100 million square feet of commercial roofing across the Midwest. We have worked on businesses including schools, universities, hospitals, churches, and factories. For more information, we can be reached at 605-331-5121 or online at guaranteeroofingsd.com.
Imagine a place where your child is always welcome, where faith and education go hand in hand, and character is developed through perseverance and service, ensuring a love of learning and a compassion for others, built on a foundation of Catholic values, where faith is not only talked about, but lived. Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools, where you belong.
From the Real Presence Radio Network, welcome to the O'Gorman Knights Locker Room Show. Now, back to the gym.
All right, welcome back. And what we're going to do really quickly is we're going to take a quick break for station identification.
You're listening to Real Presence Radio, FM 94.5 KGWD Sioux Falls, FM 91.3 KSTJ Hartford, and FM 94.9 K235DE Brookings, your family of faith and hope.
All right, welcome back to the Knights Locker Room Show. It was a victorious night for the O'Gorman boys, defeating a very good Mitchell team 68-50. And if you're just tuning in, it wasn't as big a difference as the final score would indicate. This was basically, a game up for anyone's grabs all the way through, I think, about the beginning of the fourth quarter, and then O'Gorman just kind of started to pull away Isaac at the end there. But competitive, hard-fought kind of battle, intense, and O'Gorman kind of showed what they're made of and got a big win on senior night.
Yeah, and especially in a game where it was close for, 3.5 quarters of the game, and then they finally started to pull away at the end of things. But, it was a battle in the first half, and Caden Hinker was making the Knights work on defense. He came in and had a thunderous jam to open up the first quarter, and he really controlled a lot of the tempo of the game and was causing O'Gorman to have some matchup problems a little bit of figuring out how they were going to help on Hinker while not leaving a shooter available for the Colonels. And, eventually they made some adjustments and they were able to, Hinker ended up having 26 points or whatever his final total was. A tremendous player for the Colonels. But other than Hinker and Solik, the Colonels struggled a little bit to score offensively in that late second half, and that was kind of what the name of the game was O'Gorman had the opportunity to get stops on the defensive end when the time called for it, and then were able to take advantage of some matchups and the offensive end and score late in that second half.
Well, you look at two players in Matt Ing and Rush Landry, they combined for 43 points. Matt had 26, Rush had 17, so they kind of provided the offense, and then for Mitchell, Hinker just didn't get enough help from his other teammates. He had 24, which is basically half of their points, and he had to work for those 24 too. It wasn't like they came easy for him either. Yep. So I think that you saw the Knights' depth too, where you're able to put multiple players on him at need be, and guys are just able to step up. And this is our 7th straight win. Hopefully we can not take Huron lightly and just come out and, have a really good game against them tomorrow and ride that winning streak all the way to the SODAC 16. But I think we're pretty much a lock in that 2 seed, Isaac, which, Roosevelt will be the 1. So, but, what will be interesting is to find out who our opponent would be.
Yes, absolutely.
At the 15, because I think that's where there's going to be some fluctuation with tonight's games and tomorrow at the bottom end of that, that 12 through 16 range. And Mitchell will be interesting to see where they fall. They're 5 coming into tonight, but obviously we'll see what happens if they move up, or if they move back a little bit or stay right at 5. So
yeah, and it'll be really interesting just to see how the final standings shake out. Obviously, there's still some games to be played now that I'm looking at it, the standings wise, but we moved to 17-2 on the year through 19 games. Washington at that 3 spot, Harrisburg at the 4, and Mitchell would slide into that 5 spot still. So just be interesting to see what happens over the final couple of games. Now, we're joined by head coach Derek Roby of the O'Gorman Knights. Coach, it was a really entertaining game for 3.5 quarters, and then you guys finally started to pull away there at the end. What was the halftime adjustments that you guys made in the locker room? Because, in the end of that first half, right in the last couple of minutes, you guys started to let Mitchell gain a little bit of momentum before the break.
Oh, they absolutely did. We always brag about our first 3 minutes of the half, and we gave up the momentum in the first 3 minutes of that second half. We talked about at halftime, the only thing we really addressed was guarding Hinker and not getting too caught up into putting him into foul trouble. He's a great franchise player, I'd like to say. And I said, sometimes as a basketball team, you get caught up into trying to get him in foul trouble, and you get away from what you're doing. Just play. And with that being said, it was an entertaining game. I'm so happy for our seniors right now to be able to win on senior night. It's huge for our program. It's huge for our kids. Really excited. And to top it all off, we beat a really, really good team.
Absolutely.
A senior who really stepped up tonight, I thought, was Rush Landry. 17 points offensively. He did a lot of defense against Hinker as well, and David got those 2 fouls. Was key for you tonight. What'd you see from Rush?
I thought it was a great game for Rush because exactly like you said, he scored, and when we got in foul trouble with David, we had to go to Rush. We had to, and he did a great job. Now, again, Hinker scored. He's going to score. He's an all-stater. But with that being said, we tried to limit him as much as we could, and I thought Rush did a great job. Certainly gave us some quality minutes. Who else played really well is Leo.
Yep.
Leo, right away in the first half. I know he hit the jumper at the end. I get that, but if you remember that series in the first half, he got a long rebound. In fact, 2 long rebounds, I think, back-to-back.
Yep.
Kept him alive. I think he found somebody for an assist.
He's found Matt Ing in the corner for a
Yeah, that's right. Found Matt Ing, and, anytime you throw to Matt Ing, chances are it's an assist. So, if I'm a player and I want to build up assists, it's not rocket science. Get the ball to Matt Ing.
Yep.
But, you know what? Here's the deal. All joking aside, our guys I'm really proud of our guys because, again, winning on senior night, we got a great bunch of seniors. We really do. And, you know what? They're having a great season. I give our guys the spiel this week about, let's win it for the seniors. It'd be a shame if we didn't come ready to play on senior night, and I'm just happy for these guys.
Absolutely. Well, Coach, you have one more game in the regular season tomorrow as you guys head to Huron, in that game that was postponed from Tuesday. Just talk about what you expect to see from Huron and what it could possibly, depending on how things shake out, be a situation kind of like last year where you might be able to possibly see them on back-to-back, depending on how the final bottom of those standings shake out. I think they were around that, let's see here. Heading into tonight, Huron was in the 14 spot right now, but if they were to slide to the 15 spot, if you guys beat them tomorrow and they would slide, you guys would get them right away again next week at home.
We could. I don't know. I can't figure all that stuff out. You need a math.
You're not a math guy,
No,
Roby?
that was Coach Keppen's department last year. I tried to figure it out, and there's so many scenarios because of, like this weekend or tonight. If teams win, they go above 500, or if they lose, they're dropping down, so people are losing points. So there's a lot of scenarios, but you're right. Right now we could be matched up with Huron. We could have Spearfish. We could even have Watertown. Who knows what's going to happen? We're just going to, take it one game at a time, and tomorrow night we can expect, probably a little bit more zone looks, as far as what I can remember as far as breaking down their film. But hopefully we're ready to go. It's going to be a quick turnaround for us. We're on the bus at 9 in the morning, so
absolutely,
hopefully you guys are ready.
All right, well, thank you, Coach Roby. Congrats on the victory tonight.
Okay, I'm going to give a shout-out to my lovely bride. My wife had surgery today, so she couldn't be here today, and I know she's watching. And it's been tough for her to sit in the hospital room and watch the game instead of being here, but she knows my dilemma as far as being here, and I just want to give her a shout out. I hope she's doing well.
Absolutely. Well, make sure you bring over some nice dinner tonight to the hospital.
Well, I can't get back up there. Visiting hours are over.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. So, well, best wishes to her in her recovery.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Coach.
Congrats to Coach Roby on the victory for the O'Gorman Knights. As we send it into a break, we'll come back with our Pizza Ranch player of the game, as well as some scores from around the state as we finally wrap up today's girls and boys doubleheader against the Mitchell Colonels.
Real Presence Radio is available on Alexa-enabled devices, including Amazon Echo, phones, tablets, and smart displays. To enable the skill, just say, Alexa, enable Real Presence Radio. To listen, say something like, Alexa, open Real Presence Radio. It will then ask what station you want to play, to which you can respond, play Sioux Falls, or play AM 970, or play WWEN. From there, you can use commands like play, pause, and stop. Listen to RPR anytime, anywhere on Alexa-enabled devices.
Hi, this is Mark Holcraft.
And this is Dr. Joseph Holcraft. You know, Mark, Jesus asks 307 questions in sacred scripture. He is asked 183, of which he only answers 3. What's the business with all of this questioning going on in the Bible?
Well, Joe, there's a lot there, and we'll be ready to take that on. Tune in to hear about these questions and more on Awaken, every second and fourth Wednesday at 7 a.m. Central, here on Real Presence Radio Network.
All right, Isaac, it's that fun time of the night's locker room show where we get to kind of highlight the Pizza Ranch players of the game for both the boys and girls game. I'll start with the girls game, Isaac, and then I'll throw it to you for the boys game. So for the girls game tonight, on senior night, I'm giving it to one of the 2 seniors, and she stood out tonight. Actually was my pick to click, too, so pat myself on the shoulder a little bit. Hannah Ronsick. I'm sure Dan Johnson, if he was here, would have picked Hannah Ronsick. He only picked her for about 8 straight games last year. So Hannah had 21 points. It was a game high in that ball game, and she actually scored as many points as Mitchell girls had in the game. Was really good overall, and it's so much fun to watch her play for her 4 years at O'Gorman. Her sister Emma's killing it right now at Creighton. So, and Luke obviously was in the crowd tonight as well. So fun to see Luke. So Hannah Ronsick, my O'Gorman Knights girls Pizza Ranch player of the game. Swing it over to you, partner. Who do you got for the boys?
I think I'm going to go with a senior in Rush Landry. I think, obviously Matt had 26 points tonight, but Rush had 17 points and played a good game defensively on Caden Hinker. Like Coach Roby said, obviously Hinker's going to score, but I think that Rush did a really good job of limiting the opportunities that Hinker had on the offensive end, but he also played some crucial defense. Some crucial offense as well. He hit a couple of threes. He got a couple of good takes to the hole.
Some timely baskets,
yes,
really, too.
Absolutely. Very timely baskets for him, and he played a really solid game from start to finish. So Rush Landry is our boys Pizza Ranch player of the game.
And that's who I would have picked, too. Very, great minds think alike, Isaac. So Hannah Ronsick for the girls tonight, a senior, and Rush Landry for the boys tonight, also a senior. Tonight's Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights player of the game is brought to you by Pizza Ranch and Fun Zone Arcade on 41st Street in Sioux Falls. They have a daily buffet and a fun zone for kids to play in. They can be reached by calling 271-8646. We're going to take one more quick 1-minute break. We'll come back, final scoreboard update, and final wrap here from O'Gorman High School. You're listening to Knights basketball on Real Presence Radio and also on Pure Oldies 103.5 FM in Mitchell.
Real Presence Radio is available on Google Assistant devices, including Google Home, phones, tablets, and smart displays. To start this action, say something like, "Okay, Google, talk to Real Presence Radio." It will then ask what station you want to play, to which you can respond, play Sioux Falls, or play AM 970, or play WWEN. From there, you can use words like play, pause, and stop. Listen to RPR anytime, anywhere on Google Assistant devices.
Early in his time as the new bishop of the Diocese of Sioux Falls, Bishop Donald DeGrood sensed in prayer the vision that the Lord has for the diocese in our time: lifelong Catholic missionary discipleship through God's love. That is, for each and every Catholic in eastern South Dakota to receive God's love, to be in personal relationship with Jesus Christ, and to share that love with others. Find out more at sfcatholic.org/vision and discover the exciting and beautiful part you have to play in God's plan.
Welcome back to O'Gorman High School. As now we've got our scoreboard update for some scores from around the state. We'll start in AA girls action. Brandon Valley over Huron, 57-31 at Brandon. The girls get Huron tomorrow in Huron. O'Gorman all over Mitchell today, 56-21. Sioux Falls Jefferson on top of Aberdeen, 48-25 in the fourth quarter. Harrisburg defeated Brookings by 5. Sioux Falls Washington victorious over Rapid City Stevens, 57-44. Spearfish a nail-biting victory over Yankton, and Rapid City Central a 2-point win over Sioux Falls Lincoln in Rapid City. Then in AA boys action, Sioux Falls Jefferson a 9-point victory over the number 3 ranked team Aberdeen Central. Harrisburg all over Brookings, 61-37. Brandon Valley putting a whooping on Huron, 57-30 in Brandon Valley. O'Gorman on top of Mitchell, 68-50. That game we had here. Sioux Falls Lincoln on top of on top of Rapid City Central, 20-16. And then Stevens and Washington are getting ready to tip off over in Rapid City. That game was a 9 o'clock tip off this time. And it's 9:15 now, so that game just underway. And then Spearfish and Yankton, that game underway in Spearfish at 9 o'clock as well.
So you said the Washington girls beat Stevens girls by 3?
Let's see here. No, 13 actually. They beat them by 13. It was 57-44.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 47. Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
I was curious about it. That was 1 versus 3, so that was a game I was kind of following tonight. So, yeah, so thank you for the scoreboard update, Isaac. Final thoughts from you tonight on the girls-boys games.
I thought both teams played really well, especially on senior night. They were able to, take advantage of what they were given, and they provided quality scoring in multiple different aspects of the game tonight. And you got some seniors to step up and provide big contributions in both games, and especially in the boys' game with Rush Landry having 17, and in the girls' game, Hannah Ronzik with 21. Obviously, when you're able to get games like that out of seniors on senior night, that's a pretty special moment. But what I will say was, I did notice and did check the stat. Every senior tonight on the floor scored in both the girls and the boys games. Hannah Friedman and Hannah Ronzik, and then actually, I'm not sure if Heckenleibel scored.
I don't think he did.
But he had he played quite a few minutes, so 8 out of the 9 scored, and it's not a shot to Trey at all. As Trey's a fantastic shooter for O'Gorman, will have opportunities the rest of the season. But it was good to see that all of the seniors tonight played well, even if they weren't necessarily coming up in the scoreboard as much late in that. As in the second half, I had mentioned Costello was scoreless, and then all of a sudden he rattles off 7 points to end the game.
As Coach Roby always says, Isaac, and I'm sure you've heard this from him, is be a superstar in your role.
Yep.
So your role might be coming in to shoot threes, or your role might be defense, or your role might be just a guy on the bench that gets everyone else going, or whatever the case may be. Be a superstar in that role, because you only can play 5 guys at one time. And the varsity roster is probably going to have about 15 guys, and some might all be deserving to play. And for teams that mesh really well, or that by the end of the year, 1 through 8 or 1 through 9 or 1 through 15, they know what their roles are. And I think this boys team understands that now. It's something that takes a while to get there. I think this team does that. And one thing that really impresses me about them is they play really well in close games, and in pressure situations, I feel like they kind of brings out the best of them.
Absolutely. I would totally agree. And in the close games that they've had this season, it seems like this group is tightly knit together, and there's a lot of players that are playing for each other right now, especially towards this last stretch of the season. When you've only got 2 losses on the year and both coming to the same team, obviously they're going to be as hungry as ever to possibly get a chance to come back and defeat a team like that later on in the season.
All right, well, thanks a lot, Isaac. So tomorrow's schedule is the last game of the regular season. So the girls and boys will be up in Huron tomorrow, with the girls game set to tip off around 2:30 at the old Huron Arena, and the boys game around 4. We'll have both of those games on 94.5 FM Sioux Falls, 91.3 FM Hartford, on the video stream, Real Presence Radio Sioux Falls YouTube page, as well as our free mobile app and our website, realpresenceradio.com. We'll be going on the air probably around about 2:10 for that girls game, and the boys game will immediately follow. And then a week from tonight, right here at O'Gorman, the girls will play in the Sodak 16. We'll know what the opponent is probably by Sunday, I'd assume, for that. Definitely can tweet that out. And the boys will play right here in the Sodak 16 next Saturday as well. So for Isaac Struck, I'm Brett Byler. Thank you so much for listening. I also want to give a quick shout out to Oldies 103.5 FM in Mitchell for carrying our stream as well. Have a great night, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow night in Huron. Go Knights.
From the Real Presence Radio Network, O'Gorman Knights basketball has been brought to you in part by
Catholic Family Services, Catholic Community Foundation of Eastern South Dakota, Jardine Construction, Barnett Vision Clinic, Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools, Sioux Equipment Company, Closets and More and JMJ Caseworks, the BB Agency, Knights of Columbus Insurance, Pizza Ranch and Fun Zone Arcade on 41st Street, Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal, and Barnett Lewis Funeral Home.
The preceding O'Gorman Knights activity has been a special presentation of the Real Presence Radio Network.